Hey everybody, and welcome back to Let's Play Blasphemous 2 for the final time, it looks like. I would be quite surprised if it took more than one more episode. We're at 81% game completion, as you can see, which is a little bit less than map completion, which is at 87. Yeah, that's what I thought. Right, we're fully upgraded in terms of health and healing. In terms of statue slots, beads, of course, have been upgraded for a long time. We've completed a bunch of the NPC quests, I suppose. Still looking for more wax seeds, I suppose. At least one more, maybe two more. We're looking for what to do with the holy oil of everlasting anointment and the cursed letter, page 1. Well, I mean, I suppose we don't really need to do anything with the letter. We need to find where to do what it tells us to. Find a large mirror, a large looking glass, the largest, in fact. Prostrate thyself before thine reflection. Look thyself in the eye and beg forgiveness. Well, with any luck, we're gonna find the solutions to those mysteries up here in the Two Moons. And I suppose there's nothing else to do but to jump right into that. So, let's do it. Well, well, well. That's a mirror. It's not the largest I've ever seen. It's the largest I've seen in the game so far, though. The thing is, the reflection doesn't really face the character, so we can't really look ourselves in the eye, technically speaking. Oh. Also, I guess this is just not the right one. Oh, there's another one. Right, okay, so the fact that there is a mirror here, or that there are multiple mirrors, in fact, makes me pretty confident that we might be finding the large mirror that we're actually looking for. So that's good. Okay, there's a way up here. Oh, just run straight into the laser, why not? Oh, and we got another kill room? Wow. More of these guys, huh? Ugh. Unsurprisingly, these floating lantern things are still a pain in every iteration that they come in. Ugh. And there goes my lightning charge, wonderful. That being said, I mean, ouch, it seems like at least a couple of enemies in this area seem to be lightning elemental. Ow. Stop it already. God, no. So maybe it's time to switch to a different build. Maybe go back to that fire build that I was about to use just as we started the fire area. Maybe it's finally time to actually give that a whirl here. If we can ever deal with that guy. Hello? Okay. Alright. This is just back here. Yeah, back outside. Okay, cool. Oh, right. And now the regular enemies are inhabiting this room. I'm pretty sure those sensor enemies can't be parried. Ow. Of course. Of course. Wow. There's no consistency to how quickly those skull things can actually shoot their spells, it feels like. Sometimes they just sit there not doing anything for a while. Other times they just cast them pretty much back to back. Like right there was like hardly any time between those two blasts, so I thought I was gonna be safe for at least, you know, to get at least one attack in, but apparently that was not the case. Oh well. Okay. I mean, I would switch to the fire build. I will, but I won't do it right now because that would respawn everything. I think I'll keep going until I get to the next checkpoint, and then hopefully I'll remember. Whoa. Oh. Huh? Okay, wait, we're still in the... No. We're not still in the same room. We're in the reflected version of this place now. That's cool. Can now jump up into the water. Does this actually mirror the layout? It looks like it, kind of. Well, not exactly. Obviously, the statue wasn't there. Wouldn't have made sense for that to be on the ceiling, of course. Okay. Well, I'm quickly gonna go back though and check out... Okay, we can go back. Check out the other room though. Just... Yeah, it probably makes sense to focus on one half of the level, I suppose, and see how far we can get. You know, explore everything we can do in one half before switching to the other, just to keep things a little bit more under control and less confusing. Okay, we've got some sort of puzzle going on here, it looks like. Right. Also, this icon was actually not used before. Yeah, but there was a fountain entry in the legend all along. And I guess I never questioned the lack of fountains up to this point. Everything else has been used, of course. Those were the last thing missing. Okay, so that's a thing. I wonder if those are the only two? Surely not. No, that wouldn't make sense. We're probably... In fact, yeah... we're probably going to find another one down here is my prediction, which is then going to transport us to back to the upper section of the, I guess, the real city, not the reflected city. I mean, they're both real enough, I suppose. Well, upper city. Let's say upper and lower city. Yeah, that's my prediction. We'll see how that plays out. Pretty cool concept, though. Also, yeah, I switched away from the Tears of Atonement increase because it feels like we're probably good in terms of money. I mean, we have at this point we have enough to buy everything that is available in shops right now. We might very well run into the Wandering Merchant again in this level, and he's gonna have something for sale. But even then, even without the slight increase to tiers, we're still gonna be acquiring more, right? And there's a good chance, I feel like, that we're gonna have enough to buy everything by the end of the game. So I figured just more more physical defense seemed like a pretty good choice, considering how much I'm getting hit lately. So yeah. Okay, I mean, this seems extremely cheesy, even if it was going to work eventually, which apparently it doesn't. But how do we do this instead? What's the real solution here? And this room is not the same on the flip side, so it's not like we could do something on the other side that influences anything about what's going on here. So... I mean, I feel like we're getting close, like we're really close to the shockwave actually reaching. But, yeah, clearly we're kind of at the limit here. Or are we? Yeah. Yeah, I think we were, pretty much. Okay. There just barely lets me grab the ledge. Okay, I don't know about this one. Huh. Surely we must have all we need for the solution, but... unless we don't? Maybe... Maybe we're actually going to switch the two sides of the city? Eventually? Like, actually mirroring everything? And then something might be different? I'm gonna mark this place with... God, what was it? Did I ever have a mark dedicated to brown barriers? Well, I guess I'm gonna do question mark for now, because it is a mystery. and I'll just keep going, and hopefully it'll clear itself up.
Penitent One, we approach our meeting with the lady. My spear is not ready. It needs one last blessing.
Oh, the weapon oil is not for me, it's for her. Awesome. Also, I didn't expect to be fighting the boss of this area, like basically in the middle of it, but okay. It seems like that's what we're doing.
I need your help to find the holy oil, with which I shall anoint my ornate spear.
Now I wonder if this is actually optional, or if it's just... if you just need the oil if you want to have her assist you. Because, well, I don't remember where I found the oil, of course. It was kind of recent. It was one of the more recent items I did find. So, presumably, it required the, well, previously, the ability previously known as Firefly's ability. Whatever it's actually called. But I don't remember if it was in any, like, particularly noteworthy place. Probably just a chest somewhere.
Then the lady's untruths will be weak to the thrusts of my spear.
Okay. So could we... no, that's just closed. Well, yes.
My lance already shines with the oil's glow. I feel my search coming to an end. Mistress of lies, craftswoman of evil shadows. I know you dwell in these galleries, behind treacherous mirrors. My spear is now ready to carry you to your one true grave. Penitent One, you are free to accompany me, or continue in solitude. Will you join me in this final confrontation?
Wait, so the choice is to accompany you or to fight by myself? Why is the option... why is there no option to let you fight this fight alone? Because apparently that's what you want to do. I mean, I'd be okay with that. But sure, I suppose let's do it together.
There you shall meet me, and in communion we shall fight.
Okay. Uh-oh, wait. We don't see our reflection here. It's a pretty large mirror. I have a feeling like there might be a bigger one, though. Plus, obviously, we're not strong enough to shatter it. No. So we're missing something still. Well, apparently there used to be a pretty large mirror here. That's cool. Seeing our reflection in multiple mirrors at the same time. Oh, all three at the same time. Is that meaningful? Well, that's not what the message says, so I don't know. Bring all the mirrors for good luck, right? Although I don't think, well, in the previous rooms the small mirrors did not stay broken. So I don't think that's gonna do anything, like smash all the mirrors in the city, and eventually that mirror door is gonna be broken and we can't enter the boss fight. But there's gonna be a mirrored version of this room here, the reflected version. And maybe there the mirror is gonna be intact. And either that's gonna do something for us as it is, or we're gonna break that one and then mysteriously this door is gonna be open, or something. But either way, it looks like we actually still need to continue exploring. What the heck is this all about now? I can't leave. This better not be some sort of bullshit game. What? I mean, it's not the boss fight, right? No, that wouldn't make any sense. Oh. What? Who? Oh. That's what we needed to do to remove the mirror. Okay. And it didn't shatter, it melted. Because... obviously. Okay. And now we're... oh, okay. In the actual room that's here. Huh. That is... yeah, that is the mirror of the boss room. Okay. So that makes sense, I suppose. In a way. Is this the largest mirror, then? Well, I'm assuming that the boss room itself is gonna be, well, obviously a mirrored version of this, with the mirror floor. So maybe in that room we're gonna just kneel down and that's gonna trigger something? That's my assumption for now. Wait. Did I not... could I not connect? No, that's... oh, this place is confusing. I don't know what stopped me from going that way. Here, I think this room... is that the one that had, like, just a wall separating two sides of it? Maybe? Huh. Anyway, this thing here... obviously we're gonna have to beat the timer, not mess up our weapon switching, and do a plunging attack landing on this platform here before it disappears. And then we better get something good for that, because that seems like a bit of a pain. Oh, unless we can... oh, we can totally just go off this side, can't we? Okay, let's see. Yep, that's not even very hard. We have plenty of time. I just kind of forgot what weapon to use. It happens. Or maybe this is the largest mirror in front of it, huh? Looking into our own eyes. Oh, okay. I see. So what happened is I ducked, of course. I kneeled down, and then my character unducked automatically. And then I couldn't move, and that was the right thing to do, apparently. One of the letters of the Nameless One. Well, I mean, obviously we started this chain, so might as well continue, huh? And seeking some quiet corner in which to reflect upon my sins. Reflect. Huh, I get it. I stumbled across a seemingly abandoned ancient and sacred place. Within it, a great pit lay before me, over which I stood, until a sudden breeze emanating from that dark void startled me. This gust of wind that bore aloft delicate violet petals forewarned the coming of a terrible scream, a horrifying wail that chilled my skin and paralyzed my very being. What tortured soul could scream in such a way? I mean, the lady we just met in that dark void... Yeah, there was a dark void of sorts. Where we met the lady who then screamed. And disappeared, and that apparently made the boss door melt. But, I mean, I can't really go back there and do that again. So, is the next step just to defeat the boss, or is this completely unrelated? Dark Void. Suppose I never even tried crossing this, but it also looks like this is actually the way to go? Or is this just... Maybe this just connects back. Just connects these rooms here. Yeah. Maybe. Dark Void, violet petals? Let me read that again. An ancient sacred place. Ancient sacred place. Temple, church, basilica, perhaps? Within it a great pit lay before me, over which I stood until a sudden breeze emanating from that dark void startled me. This gust of wind that bore aloft delicate violet petals. Violet petals. Forewarned the coming of a terrible scream. I mean, temples... And all of these places are holy, right? In some sort of way. Beneath her sacred grounds. That's kind of a dark abyss. It looks like there's maybe something missing over here. Honestly, I don't really remember much about what this place even looked like. This is where we got the double jump. Maybe there's something more to do here. Beneath her sacred grounds, huh? Would that line up? I stumbled across a seemingly abandoned, ancient, and sacred place. The word sacred is there. I don't remember any petals or any horrifying wails, but that might be a place to check if nothing comes up here in this area. Okay, I think I understand this now. So, the solution to this is actually maybe the most complicated to any single puzzle ever. Because, if I understand it correctly, it should involve sending the platform to the correct height, just on about the height of the destructible barrier, and then making my way around, basically teleporting up here, going down and around, and climbing up here. There should be a shortcut now, if I remember correctly. Using this fountain to go back here, to go all the way back up, so we can plunge down from above. If there's a shorter path, I don't see it immediately. But that should work, in theory. So long as the statue position or the platform position does not reset between shifts through the fountain. And I don't see why it would. Okay. Interesting. There better be something good behind that.
Feel your fervour, mine own Penitent One.
From every seed, call upon them.
Dang, so we're still missing at least one seed and at least one fervent kiss. I mean, I expected as much, as at least as far as the kisses are concerned. But that does concern me a little bit because we are running out of places to go. I mean, 93% map completion. Okay, we're still looking for one baby. I just really, really hope I didn't miss something somewhere that I never marked, and, you know, that I will have absolutely no idea where to look for. I've been trying to be as thorough as possible, obviously, as I always am, but, you know, it's absolutely possible. In fact, it's very likely that I missed something somewhere. And I don't know that the game is going to give me any kind of tool to, you know, locate any one random item hiding away somewhere. But I guess I'll worry about that when it actually comes to it. For now, while I'm still doing random things, I guess I'm going to go ahead and buy the last two Marks of Martyrdom. Might as well. Or see if the lady has anything new to sell. Kind of surprised there is no interaction with the statue now that it's done. But okay. I mean, maybe there is, and I just haven't found it.
You point.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Please let me continue.
You have acquired the last of my wares.
Okay.
I offer you my deepest respects.
I think I did check this merchant here at one point. I think that might have been off camera. And he didn't have anything new, of course. But the option was still there. Right?
There are no...
And you'd think that since so far NPCs have been telling me when I did the last thing, got the last upgrade, or in this case bought everything, that he would have done the same. So presumably he's gonna have something at some point. Maybe the final wax seed, maybe the final fervent kiss, it could be. So that leaves some room for hope still. Soul combustion, what is this actually? Improves charge attacks when used with verdict activated. Oh. Wow. That being said, I never do that. Maybe I should just upgrade this a little bit more. Crimson Warmonger. Oh yeah. I don't know. Halves the cost of Reaper Rosary. Wait. Upgrades the boosted mystical damage added during Blood Pact. I mean, might as well make that mechanic as strong as it possibly can be. At least this is a separate thing from my mana, right? Which I would usually rather use on spells. So if I'm going to use this, I guess make the Blood Pact mechanic as strong as it possibly can be. That makes sense. Okay. I mean, I suppose that's about the extent of what I can do right now, other than actually doing the boss fight right up here. Right? Or was that something I remembered? Well, I mean, I could check down here real quick. See if that makes sense as the location indicated in the second cursed letter. I don't know about that though. It's mostly the fact that the area isn't as symmetrical as it looks like it should be, perhaps. Beneath her sacred grounds. Well, I suppose I'll look around here maybe off camera a little bit, because I don't really expect anything to come of it. And if I find anything, well, you'll know. If not, I guess we'll just be doing the boss fight. Well, I didn't find anything. I didn't look super carefully or super thoroughly, but I don't know. It's a pretty straightforward place. I checked all the walls that seemed suspicious enough, and nothing. So, yeah, I don't know. Also, you know, nothing down there looks like any sort of dark abyss, and yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like the right place. So I'll just keep playing and looking. And hopefully, once again, it's gonna clear itself up. Like, okay, I'm not forgetting about anything right now, I think. So, yep, boss fight it is. No more door in the way. Mirror door. Let's do this. Let's do this. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, I lost, or rather, I got hit a bunch of times there trying to get a charge off, because that actually deals a ton of damage. I'm sure there are some good opportunities in that fight to do that, just not the ones I chose, unfortunately. So actually, in fact, you can jump, but you can't double jump. Yeah, that absolutely threw me off. I was trying to hold the charge while dodging something, but yeah, that's not really gonna work all that well. Also, the one time I just accidentally dashed a second time out of the cover into her laser again. And then she also turned around and hit me an additional time, I think. So yeah, that was just unfortunate. But I did get her pretty low, so unless she has multiple phases, which we haven't really seen any bosses with multiple health bars, right? Some of them healed, I guess, at certain points. But I don't think we've seen, or have we? Now that I say that, I don't know. But, well, either way, this seems quite doable, of course. Jesus, okay, that... I don't know. This took way longer than last time. But thankfully I also did better dodging stuff, for the most part, so it worked out. Yeah, I don't know why I did so much less damage, seemingly. Huh. Also, did she even do anything during this entire fight?
The lady lies before our
She didn't, did she?
victorious feet.
Yeah, well, our victorious feat, sure. If she attacked at all during this entire fight, then I didn't notice it. During the first time, yes, I saw her attack once. Maybe it happened off screen and I didn't hear her shouting that accompanied it, but I feel kind of cheated here. I guess I would explain why I felt like the fight was taking longer. Oh well. Victory is a victory, I suppose. Also, second try, right? So yeah, can't really complain here.
Her curse and the curse of this place are lifted. My promise has been fulfilled by dint of your help, Penitent One. Before continuing on your journey, first take this as a sign of our blessed bond.
Sigil of what? A spell, I guess.
Farewell, Penitent One, on the straightest of paths.
Okay. I guess that's goodbye. 4 marks of martyrdom, alright. A bunch of tears of atonement. Acquired mirrored key. Wait, is that just one of the 5 keys, or... Because it doesn't quite follow that same naming scheme, does it? Oh yeah, it is mirrored as well. Oh no, they're... Okay, never mind. For some reason I thought... Oh, it opens the 4th of the cages. So the description mentions the number. Okay. It opens the last of the cages. Gotcha, never mind. For some reason I thought they were named, like, first key, second key, and so forth, but nope.
Anon this glass sarcophagus shall open, the relic of mine own uncorrupted tongue, and its secrets shall soon be yours. Then this shadow can give thee no more. I go soon to that lodging between light and nowhere. This shall be our farewell. Dove, who borrows thine color from the raven, escape your gilded prison.
Oh hey, we haven't seen you in a while.
The resting time between the thundering beats of the descending heart shorten irrepressibly, thus heralding the imminent birth of the new child. Hasten your steps to meet it, Penitent One.
Okay. Oh, yeah, all the way up there. So there definitely is a whole other area left. That makes me a little bit more confident about the things that we're still missing.
The resting time between the thundering... Yep. Hasten your steps...
Yep. Okay. Bye. Nothing more to find here, huh? Just a shortcut. Alright. One of the things... Actually, yeah. So one thing we're definitely still missing is at least one of the cobijadas, the sisters. And well, those have all been between those have all been behind illusory walls, right? So I would not have had anything to mark if I didn't just find them on my first pass through each area. They have announced their presence with weeping, I suppose, or crying. So I hope that I didn't miss any of that. There is a chance, though, which worries me slightly, that before I found the first one, I might have, which I'm pretty sure I just happened to attack a wall out of of habit, just randomly looking for secret walls. And I might have found her before I ever realized that you could hear them crying, giving you a hint. So it's possible that I passed by one of them, even though there was a hint, and I would have no idea where that was. So now I can only hope that the last one, if it is indeed only one missing, is in this final area, as well as the final baby as well, that we're missing to climb the entirety of the tower here. Although part of me wonders. I mean, I haven't marked anything in this corner here because it looks like, or apparently at the time I was there, it looked to me like we would have to come from the other side, so from inside the Garden of the High Choirs, I suppose. But I wonder if, now that we have all but one baby platform here, if that's not going to be enough to get to the point where we can enter this room, and maybe there's going to be the final baby, which is then going to allow us into the highest part of the tower here itself. I don't know. That's probably not how it is. You probably need all of them to reach this point here. But I don't know that for sure. That's something I could try, I suppose. And there's not really much of a reason not to at least check that. Okay, looks like I was wrong, because it seems like we can actually reach a door up there. And an additional item as well.
The highest point is almost completed.
Almost completed.
Penitent One, do not allow your will to be sapped.
Sure is a bit of a climb. Between that and the fact that it just takes a while for the camera to pan up and down every time you talk to the guy and have something new to add. Hello. I would have liked to complete, you know, to find all the babies and turn them all in at once. Is this Obulus of Proximo? What's that? Oh. That's a bit unfortunate. I don't think I have a use for that anymore. I can't imagine that I'm gonna need a lot more, if really any more, tears at this point. I mean, I guess it's appreciated. I had been wondering if there would be a better version of the coin eventually. But yeah, this one, I mean, you can't really get this one much earlier in the game, right? So, am I even gonna put this on? I don't think I will. Thanks though, I suppose. It's something. I was really hoping that they would just give me the final baby here, I guess. Although, I suppose it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Oh well. 3 marks of martyrdom. So close. Yeah. Okay. Come on, just let me drop all the way to the bottom. Or not. Well, okay, that's at least one minor mystery solved. And we've seen the top, for what it's worth. Did we have anything else? No. Now, I had to actually pause earlier, you might have noticed. And took a bit of a longer break than expected. So any trains of thought that I had at the time were unfortunately interrupted. So if I had been planning anything else, then I'm afraid I don't remember anymore. So I guess we're just gonna head up into the elevated temples, or rather into the Chapel of the Five Doves. What's it say here actually? Crimson Rains. Okay, so there is a whole another area up there. It's also curious that whatever the right door, I think that might have been the door of the father, and this one the door of the mother. Well, one or the other. Whatever that leads to, it can't be much. So, well, I guess we'll just have to go there and check and see how that works. If those doors are even gonna open now.
The highest on high welcomes thee. Above, dark clouds gather and swirl in vile serpentine dances. The child is born. Cast your eyes upon our shop window. We are out of stock, Penitent One. We are grateful. We are...
Okay, so that sounds pretty final. Previously he always said that he might have something new. This time he's not saying that. Yeah, also, things obviously happened here. Not good things, but that's not a surprise. Also, the father's door is still closed. And no real indication of what I might have to do to open it. 4 envoys, wrap my body in soft linen gloves. Yeah, I don't know. Once again, I hope it's just gonna become clear eventually. As we climb up here, we have quite a bit of distance to cover, so lots of opportunities for those last couple of missing items to show up. Oh, there's the heart in the background, is it? Oh, wow, the heart, and actually there's a shape of a man? Well, person, but looks like a man. Fully grown, too. Okay. Are we gonna have to fight that creature? Looks pretty large, I don't know. What was that? Didn't I wait long enough? I guess not. Okay. More tears, I mean, that's nice, but couldn't you give me, like, maybe a fervent kiss? I would like a fervent kiss right now. Ow. Or a, what else are we missing? A wax seed? What are those things? Ow. This is the way to go, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, that was just absolutely messed up. The game was even really confused at one point about where to spawn me. Also, I'm noticing a severe lack of actual collectibles. Plus, this does not really look like a place where there could be the final Kobihara. So, yeah. Getting a little bit anxious here, but... well, we're not quite at the end yet. So, it's a bit too early to panic. But I'm getting there.
This waiting, this endless waiting, has been my penance. The original penance, as old as the miracle itself. It appointed me first among penitents, perpetual by its grace, perpetual in awaiting you an eternity. My miracle, heed my prayer. Grant me thine blessing to fulfill thine holy command. Dress my body in wounds, lacerate the tattered parchment that clothes my flesh. For I am the first penitent, and you shall be the last. Now let the crimson bindings finish what they once began. My penance is far from over.
Okay. Well, first phase was amazing. Second phase was absolute garbage, on my part, of course. Although, I will also say that, holy crap, he does not give you even a second to rest or heal in the second phase. I'm not really sure how you're supposed to ever get a heal up without taking some damage in return. I'm sure some of those attacks can be parried. The only attacks that I tried parrying, and I think I got the timing right, were the ones where the attack was like sliding across the floor, and I was hit both times I tried, so I'm assuming it just doesn't work on those. I'd really like to get a riposte off on one of his melee attacks, but man, yeah, I didn't really get many chances to learn the timing on those. So that's a bit of a shame. Also, I just was not ready for the final boss suddenly. Oh yeah, okay. There isn't even a path visible after this. So I guess up there is our ultimate goal, but that's clearly not the boss. Okay, well. So the bad news is twofold. First of all, final boss seems pretty tough. Second of all, I definitely missed things, and I have absolutely no idea where to look. There is this locked door. We have not found the solution to the second cursed letter page. Obviously, this must be solvable somewhere. This is giving me a hint as to where to go. Some quiet corner in which to reflect upon my sins, I stumbled across a seemingly abandoned, ancient and sacred place. Within it, a great pit lay before me. A great pit in an ancient sacred place. Delicate violet petals. Oh, God. The only violet petals I remember are from where we delivered the lullaby. And after we finished the dream. Oh, wait, I mean, could that be it? Is it just asking me to go back there? I mean, some kind of flowers grew around the mother and child after we were done with the dream sequence. And I want to say that they were maybe pale violet. Terrible scream. Oh, this. We never actually considered this. Sechel of the Cruelest Thorn. Creates a barrier of thorns that inflict miasma damage. I mean, we got this as a quest reward, so maybe it's good? I don't know. Or maybe I could try using this, using the flail just to keep my fervor up and keeping the shield up for most of the fight, and maybe that's gonna work? Well, I definitely want to at least try out this new quick verse once. But that, of course, doesn't really help in the short term. Specifically, it doesn't help with finding what I'm still missing. Could there anything be missing on this map? The upper and lower half are exact mirrors, so it's not like we're missing an entire room or anything. But we did not find a sister in this entire place, so it's possible that I missed it somewhere, missed her somewhere. There is this, but we just... I mean, this door is gonna open after we deliver one more fervent kiss, which we don't have. I guess I should check this shop first. It looks like we're pretty much at the end of the game at this point. Like, if that's not the final boss, then... well, there might be yet another boss after it. Maybe we fight the... I don't know, the miracle itself. Or something. But, yeah, we're basically at the end of the game. So if that guy's shop inventory ever updates again, I guess it must be updated now. Open up! 4 envoys wrapped my body in soft linen gloves. Right, well, we're missing... So we're missing at least 2 items that we need to pick up somewhere. A wax seed and a fervent kiss. We're missing a baby that I probably just missed somewhere. Some of them were hidden barely off screen or barely on screen, almost off screen. And you really had to keep your eyes peeled. And it's also very possible, as I said earlier, that I might have just missed the audio cue for one of the cobijadas and, you know, thus missed her. Maybe, I mean, that would indicate that maybe she would be in one of the earliest areas we explored. So maybe I should check those first. But really, all of those things could be pretty much anywhere. It could be a matter of just an item sitting there, right out in the open, and I just never marked it and thus never returned for it. Or it could be a hidden wall that's not marked in any way. I could try and check for a secret room up there, perhaps, because that's not symmetrical. Here as well. That's a bit of a stretch. But I guess it's something I could try. But yeah, anyway, the first thing I'll try is checking this shop again. Right there. And if that doesn't produce anything, then I suppose I'm just gonna go ahead and do a whole lot of re-exploration and praying. Off camera, of course. Come on, please.
I may have something for you.
Maybe? He does, but that's not one of the things I need. Chisel engraved wounds. Emits a ghostly sound when approaching hidden corners. Oh. Well, I suppose in a way that
you have acquired the last of my goods. However, we never know when the miracle will bestow new blessings upon us. For now, there is nothing more for you among my goods.
Okay, so he might actually still have something for us at some point.
Oh, so many maggots.
So there is a secret detector at least. I mean, that's good. I appreciate that, for sure. Putting that on. Yeah, we're only one more level away from, well, the final mark of martyrdom. Guess I might as well max out this one. And buy this. Crimson Cleaver. Press XXXX. Okay, it just extends the normal combo, I suppose. I do like that kind of upgrade, but I don't know if we are gonna find 3 more. Well, we're gonna get 1 more from leveling. But yeah, as for buying every talent here, I don't know. Kinda doubtful. Okay, anyway, secret detector is on, so I guess I'll just be re-exploring, and hopefully I'll find the missing things. Because I thought I was so thorough. I was really hopeful that I would have found everything by now. I don't know, that was wishful thinking, obviously. This is a huge map, and, you know, so many corners to check. So easy to miss something. I mean, worst case scenario, I can always look up the solution online, but I would really rather not have to do that, because that, you know, would feel quite, I don't know, that would feel pretty bad. Oh well, but it's not time for that quite yet. Okay, so I've been looking around for, I want to say, at least an hour. I think I went through Profundo Lamento, through, well, the city, such as it is. I think I went through Street of Wigs. Honestly, crap. I might not have been through here with the bell on. Been through here, through here, through here, through here, here, through the tower, through here, and through here, through the entire Sacred Entombments, and I just entered the aqueduct, and the entire time, nothing happened. I heard absolutely no audio indicator of anything, anything happening, and I was getting really nervous. I double-checked and triple-checked whether I had it equipped, because I thought I had to be missing something. I literally was just through here, and I have no idea why there is a question mark there. Did I put that there? Was that an accident? I was literally there 5 minutes ago. I feel like I'm losing my mind here, honestly. Like, it's been so long. I don't even remember what I was talking about last when I paused the recording. Down here, that question mark is not an accident. That's where that weird statue is. That definitely stands out. I'm gonna guess that maybe it's a future step in the Cursed Letter quest. Maybe? I mean, I don't really know what else we could be doing there. But that's definitely something to keep in mind. The lady with who's holding a lantern or something in front of one of those wax people. But yeah, I didn't find anything until I got here to this unmarked square. I saw these. I didn't see this at first. I just saw this ring here and this situation here, and I recognized this, and I thought, wait, but I don't remember ever coming back here to collect whatever this was. So yeah, I just never marked this, which is kind of silly because it's also an item that you can see from right here, right? From when you first enter the room from the top right. So please be something good, please, please, please. It's a wax seed. Okay, so a good chance that that's the final wax seed. That's something, at least. I was so afraid that I would just look through absolutely everything and not find a single thing. Now I feel at least a little bit relieved. Well, actually more than a little bit. That should be the final one. Like, there's a really good chance. Okay. Man, I knew it. I should have started with the earlier areas, where it's much more likely that I was not as thorough, I didn't really know what to look for. Although this situation here, that was just a very silly oversight on my part. I should have marked that one. But yeah, all of these later game areas, I found absolutely nothing. Or rather, I found everything in my first pass. Yeah. So that makes me slightly hopeful that maybe I might have overlooked something here in the Palace of Embroideries. I went through most of this place exactly once. There absolutely could be something in the Choir of Thorns. I never really re-explored most of the Crown of Towers, I don't think. So yeah, and I never re-explored the Basilica, although there's really not much room for things to be hiding, but still. So yeah, moderately, cautiously hopeful here that I might actually be finding the rest of the missing items, which at this point are one baby, one fervent kiss, and at least one of the cobijadas. Yeah, I think that should be it. I mean, it's not much. I don't know how many total marks of martyrdom there are in the game, if there are indeed enough. I mean, we're getting so close to actually unlocking everything that I don't know. Like, or we have come so close to fully upgrading everything that I wonder if there are actually supposed to be exactly enough points in the entire game to unlock every last skill here as well. Let's see, at least 3, 6, and I think we can assume that the other two skills are also cost 3 each. So that's another 12, or rather another 11 because I have 1. That seems like a lot. But then, who knows, maybe the wax seeds could lead to another... some sort of area similar to the dream sequence that rewards me with something at the end, with a bunch of marks, for example. Similarly, we don't know what's at the top of the tower here. There could be some sort of optional boss, for example. So, yeah. Anyway, just a quick little update. Maybe not super quick. Yeah. I mean, I suppose I should make my way through the rest of this area, although I really don't think that there's much hope here. I've been through most of this place a lot. I guess this room up here is probably the one room that I revisited the least, because I didn't have much of a reason to. Still, I'm gonna do it, finish off this area, and then, well, probably plant that, hopefully, final wax seed, and see what happens next. Okay, I double-checked everything over here, didn't find anything else. I also went back to Streets of Wakes just to make sure, but I'm pretty sure that I actually started there, so that should also be cleared. Let's see if it's the final seed. Surely, right?
My child, you are now free from punishment. My body will melt and become one with this high tower that you can see from afar. And I will watch you from its battlements. Go with the sisters. My child, Penitent One, pray take this token of gratitude.
Remembrance of Cesario. Okay, it's another statue.
Be your heart.
I suppose it would have been kind of lame to give out another normal collectible, like a fervent kiss, for example, for finishing a quest like this. Another collectathon, I suppose. So, yeah. And he's gone. And there's the baby. Can I have the baby? I need one. It's a bit large, but it should do the trick. Maybe? No? Okay. Remembrance of Cesario. Symbol of Cesario, who was branded in sin for nursing his child on his stolen breast. The massive tower that loomed so imposingly before us had no known origin. It seemed like it had always existed, a sentinel for the centuries, watching with unmoving sternness. Its architecture was foreign to us, weird, as if its top had been severed by an impossible blade. Wait, is this not the same description as the wax seeds? It seems very familiar. Incomplete as it was, its many windows oozed with a waxy, opaque substance that sealed every access to the monument. The tower's warning to those who would see its ancestral silence broken. Huh. Okay. I mean, on the subject of statues, we are still missing a surprising number of them. And I'm not quite sure how I would acquire this many. This one looks like another one that's like wrapped with a ribbon, like Levanche, which we got for, oh god, finishing some sort of side quest, as well as Jaloque, I guess, and Cierzo. So maybe we're gonna get this one for, I don't know, finishing the Cursed Letter. This one also looks like it has ribbons, so... Oh, and that's actually the fat baby from the tower, right? So that's probably for collecting all the floating baby thingies. Okay, anyway, I guess that was that. That's finished now. And the search continues. Okay, so I have no idea what's up with this. I've been through 99% of the Palace of Embroideries. There's really just these couple of rooms here missing. And I stepped in here, and there is a purple item, or pink item, that's presumably going to trigger a fight in here. Surely I didn't see this and just ignored it, right? I mean, it's not something I remember doing. And I've been through here before, so I have no idea what's up with that. I've been fighting about 5 billion of these little jerks. Oh yeah, by the way, hold on. Yeah, these are probably the worst enemies to try that on, but there might be enemy bouncing. After all, yeah, it probably would be easier with a slightly taller enemy that's not literally sitting on the ground. Yeah, I mean, at least to some extent you can apparently actually bounce on enemies with a downward attack. So maybe that one situation, remember, we encountered pretty early in the game, where there was an item on a ledge and 2 flying enemies kind of on the way there. Fervent Kiss, thank you so much, game. This must have been here before and I just missed it or something? I wouldn't have just ignored a purple orb on the ground, though. That's... No. I refuse to believe that. But somehow it happened, so I don't know. Oh dear. Nice. Okay, Fervent Kiss, that's good. That's really good. So 2 more things remaining. Still haven't heard a single... Well, I don't know. That's the problem. I don't even know exactly what kind of sound to listen for. I have the game volume relatively high on my end, so if it's at all audible and standing out, and it should be, then I'm pretty sure I would have heard it. So I guess once again, except for that orb just now, I didn't miss anything in here either. Or in the Grails on Ruin, for that matter. So there is the Choir of Thorns, Crown of Towers, and Basilica of Absent Faces. And I suppose technically the 2 moons, although, I mean, we've been there so recently that... And the elevated temples? Yeah, I guess those as well. Yeah, I guess. I should not rule those out. So a couple areas still remain. The Hope is still alive. And of course we did just find the final Fervent Kiss, so that's great. Let's see here. Let's actually just do this real quick. Wait, what am I doing? It's not here. So is the door gonna open? Just like that? And if so, what might be behind it? Hang on a sec. Okay. Yes. It's about time.
O parishioner, brimming in faith and adjuration for my divinity, your fervor already overfloweth. You may go, in the knowledge that here, before my sweet blessing, you shall receive all my protection.
Okay, all your protection, and what about this door? Still locked! What? No way. Okay, I mean the fervor upgrade, the max fervor upgrade is good. Of course, right now we are pretty afflicted. Should probably just go ahead and cure that. And then... I mean, I have been wondering if maybe something in the game might activate might require 100% guild. Like maybe this door, maybe the father's door, maybe that would allow me to interact with something that previously I couldn't do anything with. It seems like a thing that... I don't know. It seems like it could be a thing. Although, I don't know. Forcing the player to die repeatedly, I suppose, in order to trigger something. Not sure if I'm a huge fan of that, but I mean, if it's something optional, then you know, why not?
You may go, in the knowledge that here, before my sweet blessing,
you shall receive all my protection. Okay. I mean, what protection are we getting from this hand thing? Okay, it's still here. Door's still locked.
you may go.
Okay, nothing's changing. Well, I was kind of hoping for this secret to also get solved, but nope, not so easy. Well, a couple areas remain to be checked. A baby and a sister remain hidden. And I will have to search for those some other time. I mean, this episode is going to continue. This is definitely going to be the final one. I mean, yeah. Either way. However, this has all taken quite a bit longer than expected, to be honest, and I'm also feeling quite exhausted after all this backtracking. So I'm gonna have to take a break, but well, I'll continue looking, and I'll hopefully be able to report back with some new findings in just a few minutes, just a few moments rather, of your time. Alright, I'm back. It's a new day. I feel slightly more energized and ready to continue this. And before I start re-exploring, I guess starting with the choir, crown, basilica, and then if I still haven't found everything, I guess also 2 moons and elevated temples, but yeah, just continue the path that I have been on last time. Before I do that, I want to do one thing, because we got this remembrance, or whatever. Yeah, remembrance of Cesario. I mean, I doubt the statue that we're going to get is going to help us find anything, but you never know. It could be, well, we'll see. Yes. Okay, the selfless father.
I have carved a new figure.
Thank you.
May the miracle...
Selfless father. Where would you be? Wait, the guide. When did we get this one? This is an NPC from the first game. In fact, it might have been literally the first person you met that told you something about your mission, I suppose, similar to the lady on the floating hand or whatever it was. Was that Regula? No, I don't know. Man, you know, the lady who appeared after boss fights and who we met early in the game. So basically their counterpart from the first game. I don't know. We're pressing all the wrong buttons. Where is the father? Wait, where is he? I'm looking at the icons. It should be pretty recognizable. Or not. Okay, well. Oh, there he is. Wow. I did not see the baby there. Okay. Reduces the fervor cost of prayers. Ah. Oh, okay. Some more options for a spell kind of build, I suppose. And theoretically... Damage of prayers. I did equip this one, and it is nice passive healing. It's not a huge chunk every time, but, you know, it's more than no healing at all, so I thought this was pretty nice to have, but it's by no means crucial. I don't think this is going to make a big difference at all. It's definitely not going to be enough to keep me alive, like against that final boss, if he is the final boss. Let's see if maybe there's a synergy. There is. And it is... increase any source of elemental damage. Okay, so further spell boost. And we can use those more freely because the cost is reduced. I think that sounds pretty good to me, to be honest. Almost makes me want to go for a 4th synergy. Just, you know... just because we could. Increase the window of time to perform a block. I mean, if I'm not really going to block against the final boss, instead focus on dodging, I could replace this one. And this here is just a 10% boost to our weapons, which we do use all the time, of course, so, you know, it's kind of hard to let go of that one. Also, I don't know if, well, I could keep this one. I just don't know if this very basic one, that's the first statue you get, right? If this one even synergizes with anything. Or maybe every statue synergizes with something. That would be cool. I don't know. But right now I don't feel like experimenting in that regard.
With the penitent.
Yes. Okay, also... excuse me. I mean, I don't know. Should I? 28% afflict him. I am gonna get 20 of that back if I never die until I face the boss again. Wait, there's nothing to do here. I will get 20 back, 20% of that back when I face the boss. Excuse me? What? Wait, what? Sealed envelope? Are you kidding me? I stumbled across a seemingly abandoned, ancient and sacred place. A great pit lay before me, over which I stood. Okay, I think previously I neglected the part where he specified that he stood, and thus I suppose I should stand at the edge of a great pit. Because I had been looking, I don't know, I think I did that off camera. I revisited the room with the mother and child that was overgrown by flowers, and they are indeed violet petals. Excuse me. So, but is that actually down here, though? Wait. Yes, it is. It totally is. That is at the very bottom of this shaft. So that was a hint. I mean, this isn't a holy, okay, city of the blessed name. Wow. A seemingly abandoned, ancient, and sacred place, though. I mean, it's not abandoned, it's inhabited. There are people living here. So that doesn't fit. Ancient and sacred. I was looking at the places that had sacred in their name, and I looked through the sacred sands and whatnot, and the place below the Mother of Mothers that mentioned the sacred places. I was thinking of the cathedral and the basilica as sacred places. This place here does not particularly seem sacred to me, despite being underneath the holy city, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. A great pit, yeah. Also, yeah, sure. This is a shaft, but I don't know. I didn't think of this as a great pit. I also don't know about sudden breezes or what that terrible scream might be referring to. I mean, maybe the first time we ever came here, we heard a scream. or something, but if that happened, then I've long forgotten about it. But the heralded petals are at the very bottom of this, so that is true. So technically, a gust of wind could have carried some of those up here. So yeah, in that regard, it makes sense. Just some of the parts, some of the hints, I guess, I didn't really, well, don't really seem to line up for me. I would never have interpreted those in such a way. That is crazy. That I guess I could have probably stood anywhere near this. Yeah, it didn't specify to prostrate, so I just needed to spend some time in the correct place. That's wild. Okay, I'll take it though. Now, is the next one going to be a bit more understandable? Sealed animal. I wandered lost and in despair through that lugubrious place. Lugubrious meaning shadowy, dark, in which the air seemed not to move. Eventually, I stumbled across an old bell lying broken on the ground, next to one of the many walls. Yeah, okay, I think I know exactly what this is referring to, actually. Because I came across multiple times one of those enemy shells, those, I guess they are bells, those enemies running around, charging at you. There is one of those that didn't have an enemy in it, but that also didn't crumble when attacked, but did make a hit sound. So that's got to be that. Clearly, there was something weird about that. Now, I didn't mark its location, but I know the area it's in, so that shouldn't take forever to find. Anyway, let's see. Next to one of the many walls I'd encountered on my travels, walls that threatened there would be no way out of this place. Born of frustration, my stick dealt them many a blow. I do not know how it happened, but those dull sounds that once would have been music to my ears suddenly made me feel more awake, more alive and attentive, and I was able to discern a passageway behind the shadow of the bell, a way out at last. Okay, so now there's going to be a secret passage that's going to open, presumably, behind where that bell is lying. Okay, yeah, at least that sounds like a pretty specific location that I recognize. What? Wait, okay, so the guy's still there, but what is this? Imperfect sphere of guilt. What did I get that for? For accumulating a certain amount of guilt? Are there going to be more flowers blooming here the more guilt I accumulate? Oh, also, it looks like we're only one more bead short of having all of them. I didn't even realize that before. Slightly reduce the amount of guilt the Penitent One drops upon death. Oh, okay. I mean, do I want that? I don't tend to die that much. And when I do, it's usually in boss fights. Right? I mean, I feel like the vast majority of my actual deaths, if not all of them, then almost all of them have been in boss fights. Okay. Yeah, so I think that's more useful when you're if you die during exploration and have to make your way back somewhere, right? But if it's a boss fight, you have a save point right before it, and you're just gonna enter and pick up your stuff right away.
It pleases me to behold. You are witnesses to the free will of your own guilt. Is it not beautiful? An immaculate form, born of parents baptized in sin.
Oh, sure.
So,
5,000, huh? I don't think I have anything, possibly, or at the very least not much to do with the rest of my tiers, so...
So be it.
That being said, maybe I should have kept accumulating it. Maybe I should have tried going for 100% guild at one point, just to see what happened.
Now...
Yeah, does this remove my bloodstain, basically? Yes, it does. Okay. No more guild to pick up. I mean, that makes sense. Huh. Anything else happening, perhaps? I really should have continued gathering more guild, I guess.
Penitent One, I will...
Okay. So, well, that happened kind of randomly. What else? Well, I suppose now I could return to... Was it? No, it wasn't there. It was... down here? Yeah, it's Mother of Mothers. That's the area I'm thinking of. I'm thinking somewhere around here-ish, but I'm really not sure. Actually, if there's a secret passage leading somewhere, it could be here, and there could be room there, for example. That doesn't seem impossible. But let me... Oh, camera. What was that? Oh, okay. I guess there's a spot where you can basically be off camera. Yeah, I'm completely off camera, except for one pixel that sometimes appears there. No, that's gone. Interesting. Anyway, yeah, I think I'm gonna pause and make my way to, well, look around and find that bell, which I'm 99.9% sure is the correct place to be, and then we will resume from there. Okay, this is exactly the place that I thought it might be, and yeah, you can hit this thing, but it doesn't break. And there was indeed a passage that was definitely not there before. Are you gonna wake up? No, you just crumble. Okay. And this is where I find the next envelope, alright. Now, is this gonna be about the statue? Down in that cave, the decrepit and gnarled old man then looked up from the ground and blurted out, "If once thou hast passed beneath its skull, a fleshless relic that still scrutinizes all with its last living eye, like a grim cyclops, thou must do so twice more." Uh-oh. Beneath its skull, a fleshless relic that still scrutinizes all with its last living eye. A skull with one living eye. Crap, I don't know what that refers to. No idea. No memory of a skull with a living eye. If this is to be taken literally. So find that and walk underneath it 3 times total? Dang it. A skull. I mean, it has to be an actual skull, right? With one living eye? Where are there even skulls? There aren't really... For all the extremely grim imagery and grotesque imagery of this game, there haven't really been a lot of bones, per se. Like, you'd expect an entire area made up completely of bones or something, or featuring prominently, like, giant piles of bones or skulls everywhere, for example. But I certainly don't remember that sort of thing at all. It could be almost anywhere. It's not the statue down there, unfortunately. There was definitely no big skull there. Oh, we're done with this place, aren't we? Maybe I should... Well... There's sand pits, but... There are crypts, I suppose, but... Again, I don't remember a big skull at all, and whatever this mark is, if it's not just an accident... I guess I never did go back and check it. Then I'm pretty sure it does not mark a skull. So... I don't know, not in the temples, not in here. Not up here. There were no skulls there. There are paintings and veils and drapes and whatnot. Crown of Towers. Honestly, I barely remember this place. So when as I make my way through there again, and through here, I'm gonna keep my eyes open. I mean, I was gonna do that anyway. So yeah, unfortunately... Dang, I really was hoping that only the second clue would have me stumped. The third one was easy, thankfully, because it referred to a pretty noticeable thing that stood out even before we ever were on the quest, right? At least it stood out to me. I don't know if I ever mentioned anything, but I certainly noticed this thing here and wondered about it. That pile of rocks, by the way, in the background there. It's jittering up and down. It's moving before the foreground. I'm sure that's meaningful as well. Not. Anyway, yeah, unfortunately though, the next clue... Well, I don't have a clue about that one. Oh well. Maybe I'll find something, or I'll have to look around some more. But for now I'm going to resume what I was planning to do, and start by exploring the Choir of Thorns. Okay, so I'm here. It's actually just like maybe 2 minutes later. I'm in the Choir of Thorns. And do you hear anything? Listen close. Background music, yeah. But that's it, right? Nothing special to hear. However, when I first entered, I still had this thing equipped. No, that's not the one. I still had this thing equipped, which is not a bell at all, but a chisel engraved wounds, whatever. But it's supposed to emit a ghostly sound when approaching hidden corners. And I hadn't heard anything anywhere, but hear that? A faint chime. I wouldn't call that a ghostly sound, but I entered this room here, and I heard that, and thought, is that just part of the normal ambient sound here? And then I heard another similar chime, yeah, and they just keep coming now, so that's gotta be... It's pretty subtle, to be honest, but I did notice it, so I guess it's not too subtle, perhaps? But I was questioning whether it was just normal background noise. So I'm assuming, ouch, that means that it's... Ow. Oh. Really? There she is. I just missed this the first time around. It's just like that one secret, like, over... near the very beginning of the game, like, over here somewhere? Over here, even? Maybe down here, in this room? Where there was a similar place in the ceiling that we couldn't jump into because, well, we needed the double jump for that, I suppose. That I immediately recognized as something suspicious. And here, I guess I just missed it. Alright, well, that's one thing. And thankfully, it's also good to have confirmed, because I was wondering if the bead would only make a sound when near an actual illusory wall, or if it would indicate other kinds of secrets as well, or maybe even any kind of collectible. Like, would it make a sound when I enter a room that still has a baby in it? Even if it's not hidden at all, if it's in plain sight, I just missed it. I guess we'll hopefully know as soon as I find the one room that still has one in it. Yeah, anyway. Glad we finally have this one. I mean, of course I don't know for sure that we only were missing one more Kobikata, but I'm gonna assume that this was the last one and, you know, worry about finding another one if it turns out that we still don't have them all. Anyway, enough rambling. I'm going to pause again and keep searching and hopefully find, well, I guess the final missing thing, right? The final baby. Kind of soon. Okay. So, I just checked everywhere in the Choir of Thorns, I didn't find anything else. However, I was just about to move on when it occurred to me that if we have indeed found the final Kobikata, please, 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 then that's going to unlock something for us, right? Another function of the Prédieuse, perhaps? But maybe, if the game is super nice, it might unlock something like a per-area progress indicator, telling me where I have to look for something. Yes. Please, please, please. 12.5, okay. Good thing I had a lot of extra cash. Oh. Kobikata Mayor. Thanks, I guess. Okay. I mean, we did get a statue. There she is. Kobikata Mayor. Automatically regenerate health. I mean, I I do like those kinds of effects. However, I doubt it's going to be powerful enough to make a difference in a boss fight, where I would need the most help, I suppose. I mean, considering how late in the game you'll be able to get this. I mean, I guess I could have had it a lot sooner than now, but if I had found every single Kobikata the moment I, as soon as I was in her area. So I could have had this for a little while, I suppose. But this seems most useful while exploring, right? To make your flasks just last that much longer. So yeah, thanks, but no thanks, I think. However, even though we did get this physical reward, it's not impossible that we also got something new, some new upgrade to our prédieuse, or some other immaterial upgrade. I mean, do we have something? No. No completion indicator per area. That would be so nice. Some sort of little, some kind of icon somewhere for an area next to the area name or something. Once you have found everything in there. I was really hoping. I was getting really hopeful there. But no such luck. But do we get another version of the Prie-Dieu? Not really. Looks the same to me. No new options here. Oh well, it was worth a shot. But at least we have confirmed that we have indeed found the final sister. So that's nice. Now I really just have to hope that I have been extremely thorough in my re-exploration of all of the areas. Except for the last... Well, I mean, I really don't need to re-explore 2 moons though. Right, I couldn't possibly have missed it there. Or, well, if I missed it once, I guess I will miss it again. Or did I not have... Well, I might not have had the secret detector on for most of that area. I don't remember exactly where I found it, to be honest. Or did we bought that from the merchant, right? From this guy. Maybe I should double check his shop as well. Just in case. Something I did could have triggered something. I'm getting a little bit desperate at this point, but... Yeah, I mean, we have... At the very least, we have the Crown of Towers, the Basilica, and the elevated temples to re-explore with the detector equipped. Just to see. And hopefully the final baby is in one of these areas. Or 2 moons, I guess. I'm gonna check this one last if I found nothing anywhere else. Yeah. I guess I'll check the shop, and, if there's nothing there, then I'm just going to resume. Just continue looking. Okay. I mean, he does have something. A broken key. A mysterious key imbued with an aura of affliction. It hides secrets that must not be revealed. Behind the chamber of one of the chapels in the Streets of Wakes. Oh, wait. Streets of Wakes. I mean, that's where we are.
You have acquired the last of my goods.
Oh, okay.
However, we never know when the miracle will bestow new blessings.
No, that's his normal text, right? He always said that. And the shop option is still there. For now, okay. So there might still be more items randomly appearing. I mean, I guess it's probably not random. But locked door, Streets of Wakes. I'm assuming it's here. I mean, it's the only locked door I'm aware of, so it pretty much has to be, right? Well, that's certainly convenient. Although I guess it's not impossible that the final baby might be behind that door. Please, 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 please. That would be so nice. It would be a weird kind of reward. Again, a collectible hidden behind something like that. I mean, I don't know exactly what I did for the key to eventually show up. I can only assume it had... Oh. Huh. Yeah, well, I can only assume that it had something to do with upgrading our fervor fully, but I could have sworn that after I did that I checked the shop, but maybe not. Yep, of course it fits here. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna take the item and leave. 1 mark of martyrdom. What a crappy reward, but okay. I'm sure this is super meaningful in the lore, These are just other weird floating hand creatures. Like the one that we were praying to and kissing. Okay. Anything more? Nope. Sure doesn't seem like it. Well, okay, that's a thing now. Yeah, well, another point, huh? That we can't do anything with because we need one more to do any of the remaining upgrades. Thanks though, I guess. Maybe we will find one more before this is over and be able to buy at least one more of the remaining upgrades. Well, that's a bit of a disappointment, not gonna lie, but, well, the search continues. Okay, I'm here, and I was... As soon as I'm here, well, I'm here, specifically, in this lowest section of the Crown of Towers, and I was considering maybe just quickly switching the recording back on to point out how cool it is that you can actually see the ghostly basilica there in the back. And then I kept going, and there is a freaking gigantic treasure chest sitting there, right there, that I never opened. I have no memory of passing through this room before. But I must have been. I mean, obviously it was on the map before. Unless something changed about this room when the basilica appeared? Because otherwise I have no idea why I wouldn't have been... I guess maybe I didn't have double jump at the time, and I just simply couldn't reach that? That is bizarre to me. I mean, I suppose, yeah, with normal jump you can't. That has to be it, because this is the world's most trivial secret, I suppose, or... Well, it's not even a secret at all. Liliana of the Blighted Blades, okay. But if the slots, the empty slots being displayed here are correct, does that actually mean that we're still missing 4 more quick verses and 4 more chants? That seems crazy. That seems impossible. That many more? No way. But we do have 2 full rows of each now, so that makes me think that maybe these could be all the spells. But 4 more for each? No way, right? Oh, there's another miasma spell. Making for 2 lightning, 2 mystical, right? Yes, 2 fire and 2 miasma. So that makes sense. I guess there could be a 3rd one for each. But I don't know, I just have trouble believing that. By the way, I have used this occasionally, but I mean, doesn't it say creates a barrier of thorns that inflict miasma damage? Yeah, I mean, it does this, but they just dissipate immediately. Unless you can hold it? Oh, you can! Okay, that changes things slightly. But it does use up a lot of energy and or a lot of fervor. And it doesn't deal a ton of damage. I guess I'll test it real quick. Well, as I get wrecked. Okay, I suppose if you just hold the button down, it can deal okay damage, but you have to be standing in place, right? Unless you can move during it? No. It even freezes you in midair, which is interesting. Let me just recover some fervor real quick like. Is there something else here? No, I don't know. Yeah, okay, so I have no idea what's up with that chest, though. I must have just missed it and not marked it for some reason? That seems unlikely. I remember this room. This had a baby in it that I couldn't reach initially. I came back for this, though. But that must have been at some point before the basilica had appeared. So I can only hope that actually changed something here? I don't know, man. I just don't know. I'm starting to second guess absolutely everything. Right, this is where we got some sort of weapon upgrade, or actually one of the many remaining weapons. Or no, I think this would have been where we would have found our starting weapon. So instead we got the statue there. I think. Anyway, Liviana of the Blighted Blades. So yeah, this thing is not terrible, not as terrible as I first thought. But I don't know if it's worth the fervor cost and the cost of having to stand still. That seems to make it pretty impractical. Creates a barrier of thorns that inflict... Yeah, launches a barrage of sharp blades that inflict miasma damage. There we go. Oh. Now, see, that kind of spell... that seems to actually be homing in on enemies. That seems a lot more interesting. I guess I'll be playing around with it a little bit, perhaps, as I re-explore. Well, I mean, I found one thing. One extremely non-hidden thing in this area here. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that I've only gone through this area exactly once and never re-explored, really. Like, there weren't many things that I had to mark, because we already had most abilities at the time. I think there were just a couple of things up here. But yeah, that makes me wonder even more. I mean, have I just not been through these rooms? Have I just entered this room from this side? No, but it wouldn't have mapped the entire room, though. It was here. Yeah, that just doesn't make any sense to me. I'll have to rewatch the episode where I explored this and see if I was just incredibly distracted by something, or... I don't know. Anyway, enough of that. We found it eventually, but it was unfortunately not a baby in a chest. Or maybe fortunately. So the search yet continues. Okay, so after looking through all of Crown of Towers and climbing all the way up the Basilica of Absent Faces to, well, where the boss room used to be, I found something. I just randomly jumped up here and I think I found some sort of Easter egg. Ah, hello there, 9 Years of Shadows. Hello there, that looks familiar. I can't quite tell. That's Male Mole. I know that girl up there from some sort of game. Ah, this person down here, not so sure. This thing here, I'm also not sure. Okay. So it doesn't seem like it's a Kickstarter gallery or anything, or even a developer room or something like that, but just tribute to some other indie games. Maybe some of their inspirations. I don't know, although 9 Years of Shadows is quite recent, so I guess it wouldn't be much of an inspiration. So that's nice. It almost looks like there is more above here, but I don't think you can decide which direction this goes. No, this just goes down. And that's cool, but it's not a baby, you know. Right now I'm really only interested in babies. Well, one specifically. One floating baby in a weird little glass container. Just to make things clear. There's still this locked door. I mean, the weird merchant down here sold us a key once. Maybe he'll sell us a key again. I should absolutely just double check this, but there couldn't be anything useful there. It's just bothering me. And then I suppose it's back to the elevated temples, and I really, really hope that I missed something here on my first pass through. Because definitely we would have had all the abilities by the time we got here, so I wouldn't have marked anything to return for later. It's possible that I just missed a secret somewhere and I did not have the detector bead on, so there's still some amount of hope, at least. Oh my god. I'm so glad that it is where it is. Can you see it? I mean, I can see it now. Yeah, you should be able to see it. Maybe. There it is. In this freaking long climbing section. Well, it's not that long of a climbing section, actually. I completely forgot about what this was. I just jumped down. Fell down. Actually, I must have... that's actually kind of funny. So, I teleported here, and I was about to ignore this, thinking that this was just some sort of elevator or something, right? But I couldn't remember. And I was almost ready to just start exploring the rest of it, but then I figured, I'd better take a look. Just in case. So I entered this room from here, and just fell down, I think. So I must have fallen past the baby. I just didn't see it on the way down. Oh man, I'm so glad. That is such a huge relief. And then I climbed up here and I saw it. I guess on my first time through maybe I just climbed like this and I never saw it. What a mean place to hide something like that. Okay, now don't miss it. Okay. Oh. Wait, I also completely missed this? You kidding me? 800 tears, yay. Okay. But I suppose that means that there could be something else on the other side, perhaps? Doesn't look like it. Okay. No more seals or marks or whatever of martyrdom. Okay. Final baby, get. Also, this is... No, wait. No. Let's just do this. Alright. No more re-exploration. And I suppose I did hear the secret detector go off exactly once in one room, because everywhere else I just had found everything. Everything that was considered hidden by the game. Okay. Yeah, can we speed this up? No, it's fine, it's fine. One final time. There, the last platform that we need to actually jump up into whatever lies at the top of this tower. And then we slowly pan back down.
Penitent One of uncompromising will, my brothers and I are grateful to thee. See how they rise, as if the weight of their bodies had been taken away from them, and with it, their sorrows. The road is now complete. The highest point of this garden awaits thee.
Yep, okay. Anything else?
The road is now...
Will you disappear now? No, not yet. Okay. Well, let's climb up. Okay. 4 marks of martyrdom. Alright. And the giant rattle. Is that a bead? No, it's a key item. An oversized toy from a purer, happier time. The guardian of the high gardens will rejoice in its return. Oh. Oh, this is what we bring back to the guy. Oh, wait, there is climbing here. Tricky, tricky. Extremely tricky, actually. Wow. Almost missed that. Gregal. Gregal, Gregal. Are you Gregal? Yes. Automatically regenerate fervor. Okay. Interesting. Also, let's see here. We have 6 points now, so I guess we'll unlock this for a longer combo. Weight of Justice creates a wave of increased mystical damage when performing Weight of Sin from a great height. I mean, this seems useless in combat, though, because in most fights you just won't have the ability to reach that kind of height, so... Crimson Glaive upgrades the power of the Crimson Slash with a ground-level shockwave. Crimson Slash being... what, exactly? Crimson Cleaver, Crimson Warmonger... Huh? Wait. Do you mean this? It seems like it's just an upgrade to the normal combo, where at the end you create the shockwave. Crimson Slash. Because there is no ability that's called Crimson Slash. Well, I'll unlock that, and we're still missing 5 more Marks of Martyrdom, if we want to unlock everything. So, I don't know. I suppose it's possible that the final boss is going to give us 5, and maybe there's going to be New Game Plus. Because if there isn't, obviously that would be a kind of a pointless reward. But, okay. Yes.
Your deeds fill us with joy, Penitent One. You shall always find a home in this garden.
Well, thanks.
We surrender ourselves to your charity.
Remembrance of Proximo. Okay. And he's still here.
Your deeds, you shall always... We surrender...
Well then, let's go ahead and craft another statue. Still missing a couple, though. Nope, don't just leave.
I am at your...
Wait, I should probably at least take a look at it.
May the mirror...
A symbol of the Guardian of the High Gardens, admired by all his brothers. Proximo felt his strength falter. He felt himself descend from the clouds like a dry leaf carried by a sudden gale. As he fell, confused and too weak to fly, he saw the light around him turn red and dark, as an abundance of clouds shadowed the sky with a sanguine garnet color. The miracle had returned. Okay.
I am at...
And we get Proximo.
I have carved a new figure. May the miracle be...
Alright, and of course it's here. Damages nearby enemies after suffering an attack. Ah, okay. Retaliation damage. Alright. Oh, we're only missing 2. Huh. Wait. This is Castula, but we did get her brother. Yeah, here. Trifon. But there's another figure sitting in a chair of sorts. And could that be the Absolver or whatever? The Confessor? Maybe I should just go ahead and try to reach 100% guild and talk to him. That absolutely could change something. I mean, this doesn't really look like a normal chair, though, obviously. So I don't know if that would correspond to that statue that we're missing. And this... I mean, that honestly just looks like our character. Like, kind of. Like with a similar hat, anyway. Or maybe not him, but that other similar-looking character from the intro cutscene that is also present in the boss room. You know, the final boss room. The one that's stabbed with a sword, which absolutely makes sense, I'm sure, in terms of the story, but yeah, as I said, I don't really remember exactly how the first game ended. Anyway. Yeah, not entirely sure. Could be something else. Yeah. I mean, I still kind of want to try reaching 100% guild just to see. Because I feel like it's pretty likely that something will happen when you do that. So I guess I'll just go ahead and kill myself a bunch. And that should be that. Yep, no more fervor at all. 100% Reus. Okay. Previously, I think at 80% the status was Cruciatus. Now let's see if our friend has something to say about our predicament. Maybe I should also try to see if anything happens when you die with 100% guild. No new flowers blooming.
So,
okay, well, it's just very expensive.
I will remain behind these.
So I guess to some extent the cost of purging the guild does have to do with just how guilty you are, which makes sense. It just didn't seem like there was any very obvious correlation earlier. Let's see. Right, there's still that statue that we never did anything with. Huh. Oh well. I guess I'll kill myself an additional time? Why not, right? Just to see. I think the damage per death, per fall, has actually been increasing. So it's not just armor reduction against enemy attacks. Yeah, it definitely took more deaths the first time around. Our stuff's still there, and obviously we're not really, we're not losing anything anymore at this point. And now we're 100%. Wait. Why didn't we gain any guild that, like any permanent guild? Huh. Okay. I mean, I suppose I'm glad we didn't, because now I don't have to pay anything. Well, okay, that was unfortunately a bit disappointing again. But hey, we found all the collectibles. We found everything. I mean, we haven't found everything. We're still missing a sphere. We're still missing 2 statues. We're still potentially missing 8 spells, but I just don't believe that's true. I'm going to assume that we have all the spells. I'm just choosing to believe that we have all the spells. I guess we're probably still missing 5 Marks of Martyrdom somehow. Okay. What are we gonna equip in this place? What damage type does the boss deal? Maybe I should just go for the 2 shields of all elemental resistance. Yeah, this one. So we have 5 physical resistance, 5 general elemental resistance, and 3 specifically lightning. But does the boss use lightning? I completely forget. Maybe not. I don't think we found this in the final area. No, in fact we found this in 2 Moons, I'm pretty sure. So maybe one of the special ones? Does he use miasma perhaps? I don't know. Or mystical? I'm trying to remember. In the second phase, I mean the first phase honestly I have no memory of exactly how that went. Maybe just more physical resistance? Maximum physical resist? I mean, he was definitely swinging his sword a lot, but almost certainly also dealing some sort of magical damage on top of that. But maybe just go for maximum physical resistance. That should help somewhat. At least. Yeah, and I guess since I can't think of anything else to try right now, we're going to go ahead and attempt the boss a few more times now. Or maybe just one more time. Yeah, we'll see. As far as the build goes, are we good? I suppose so. We have our fire bonus going, right? Yes. Do we? We do. We have the fire bonus. Technically, we could even use... I mean, I suppose I should at least give that a try. Actually try using Veredicto's fire buff. And maybe that's just going to absolutely wreck the boss, and it's going to be worth it. Definitely worth a shot. Yeah, why not? Right. And also, I think we're going to go back to our trusty old fireball. I mean, these are pretty good, honestly. I mean, they are pretty good. Suppose I could go for buffing miasma bonus instead. If I'm gonna be using spells mostly. Because I could just refill my fervor from attacking and then just get to safety, to relative safety, and spam this spell, which will then home in on the boss. So I don't have to stay close to him for as long, which seems pretty dangerous. That might be a strat. And here, well, we do have this. I don't know if the boss is gonna be standing in place a lot, so not sure how useful this is gonna be, but yeah, maybe let's try a miasma build. Why not? Miasma might also actually synergize with Veredicto. There's a chance, at least. It does. Venomous resin replaces Veredicto's embers with toxic incense, causing its blows to create clouds of miasma. Oh. Okay. This increases any source of elemental damage, including that miasma damage, then. Yeah, let's just go with that. Maybe that's the ultimate boss killer. We'll see.
For I am the first penitent, and you shall be the last. For I am the first penitent, and you shall be the last. Now let the crimson bindings finish what they once began. My penance is far from over. For I am the first penitent, and you shall be the last. Now let the Crimson Bindings finish what they once began. My penance is far from over.
Beginning to think that the slow weapon is not the way to go, unfortunately. I mean, technically, I guess I could focus a lot more on just dodging everything, and there are some openings where, after certain attacks, where he gives you a little bit of time to land some attacks safely or heal. The problem is, of course, that I wouldn't really be able to make good use of this weapon's special attack, because that kind of relies on activating it and then dishing out as much damage as you possibly can in a short time frame, but he teleports around so much and knocks me back with his attack constantly, and he does these attacks that are perfectly timed back-to-back, or perfectly timed to just catch me again when I failed to dodge the first time around, or failed to react properly the first time around. At least that's what it feels like, and that's what it comes down to. Maybe a faster attacking weapon that would actually allow me to weave in a few more attacks in between his attacks would be the better way? I don't know. And I can deal with the first phase well enough. Some attacks are still a bit iffy, but I've made it through there a few times pretty well, pretty smoothly. The second phase is rough, and then what was going on towards the end of the second phase there? Are you just supposed to dodge those things he summons? And is he going to eventually reappear? Had I basically won? Was it just a matter of dodging attacks and then he would have been finished? Or did I still have to deal damage? I don't know. Obviously, I didn't really get much of a chance to experiment with that. I mean, that being said, I did make it to that final phase with my current build, so I know it's possible. I just have to do better, I suppose. I don't know if trying to do a different build now would necessarily help. Also, as far as damage types go, actually, it looks like, if anything, he's maybe dealing mystical damage. I mean, his attacks look pretty much like these they're red, right? In the second phase, especially. So it looks like that would be mystical damage. So maybe that would help a lot. Could be. He almost certainly also deals physical damage, though. So I don't know. Maybe I'll go with 5 points of mystical defense. Just hoping that I'm correct and that the color is a hint. Then some additional elemental resistance on top of that. And the physical. That might help. I guess I'll give it at least another try or two with the current, well, miasma build. And then Then I'll see about maybe switching things up. Oh yeah, and by the way, I absolutely hate the fact that you have to sit through his dialogue every single time. It's not skippable, of course. Both
the first penitent.
Here, before the fight starts, and between the phases. That should absolutely be skippable, or just be automatically skipped after the first attempt. This is so annoying, but oh well.
Now let the Crimson Bindings finish what they once began. My penance is far from over.
This is absolutely ridiculous. Okay, I don't know, man. The attack where he does the slash, the well-telegraphed slash, then also hits behind him. I dash through him and still get hit. I mean, what am I supposed to do? Dash away from him instead? Robbing me of any potential chance of counterattack? Honestly, everything so far, every boss so far, has given me trouble on the first attempt, right? Pretty much. But then the patterns were always straightforward enough to learn by then. So at least by the third attempt or so, I was able to dodge almost everything. Here, I feel like I'm not getting anywhere near that. I mean, the first phase is exactly like that. It's super simple. But the second phase is just non-stop barrage of attacks that are super difficult to dodge. I don't know if I mean, I guess I could probably try to parry some of those attacks at least. But obviously not with this weapon, so yeah, I don't know, man. This is rough. This is really pretty like I'm feeling kind of hopeless right now. that's the worst. I mean, obviously it's possible and I'll do it eventually, but right now I've reached that point where I feel like This is impossible. I just don't think this weapon is the way to go. Maybe my good old trusty, whatever they're called, is actually gonna win this one for me. Which means I should go for a different build. Yeah. Okay. It's all in my head, I know. Just gotta do it.
For I am the first penitent, and you shall be the last. Now let the Crimson Bindings finish what they once began. My penance is far from over.
well, flawless first phase. That was pretty good. The second phase, I mean, obviously I was still trying what attacks I could even use at what points, but honestly, I was dealing so little damage to him, his health bar did not move. That again felt like super hopeless. I have to make more progress. I can't survive long enough in that fight. That's the problem. I just need to deal more damage somehow. I guess what I didn't use was any magic at all. Maybe I should just, despite not having a bonus, maybe I should just go for that miasma damage, that miasma spell that I can technically just fire off. That's gonna home in. Although when I was using that earlier, it tended to miss a lot. I guess it had trouble locking onto the boss when he teleported. So that didn't seem particularly reliable either. The problem is just that I never know what attack he's going to do and how to reliably dodge it. I mean, I try to guess as best as I can, but half the time I end up taking damage anyway. This is just, like, this is such a massive step up in difficulty from every other boss in the entire game. Nothing prepared me for this. It's really rough. I mean, I'm gonna give it a few more attempts like this. Maybe try to make more use of magic, because obviously I'm not gonna be able to carry a significant electricity charge in the second phase. So I should just, yeah, I don't know, try to. I don't know what I should try to. I won't be able to use my special attacks, basically. Just try to hit him as much as I can, dodge as best as I can, and, well, we'll see how that goes.
For I am the first penitent, and you shall be the last. Now let the Crimson Bindings finish what they once began. My penance is far from over.
Okay, I think parrying is not the way. Even if it technically works, I'm just not gaining anything. Plus, I mess it up 80% of the time, apparently, because... yeah, I don't know. I just don't know.
For I am the first penitent, and you shall be the last.
Wait, what? Okay. You know what? I had been thinking about trying to hit the one green sphere for a while. That deals pretty massive damage. I was thinking that... I don't know, what was I thinking of? Some game where there were projectiles and some had a different color and you hit those and they healed you? So I just... Oh, what? What is happening? What is happening here? What is happening? Why did he just get stunned? I never did that before. Except, surely that's not because I hit that one green ball. That would have been... That's too delayed of an effect to be plausible. Okay, well... The thing is, though, I don't really need help in this first phase. That's not where I need help. Oh well.
Now let the crimson bindings finish what they once began. My penance is far from over. For I am the first penitent, and you shall be the last. Now let the Crimson Bindings finish what they once began. My penance is far from over.
I don't know. There's something about this boss, something about these patterns that my brain is just unable to comprehend, apparently. I suppose most of my build doesn't really benefit me right now, but I also don't think that that's the biggest problem. Maybe if I could focus on dodging more. I mean, I suppose I could try parrying a little bit more. I'm sure it's got to be possible to parry some of his attacks. You just gotta know. The biggest problem is realizing within, those split seconds that you have, which attack it is, and if it is one that you can parry, and one that you have to dodge, and if so, in what way. And I guess it's best to just jump over those low-flying projectiles, obviously. You don't have to dash through those. And then he charges at you, and if you time it right, you will not get hit by the backslash, by the, the sword behind him. But then he always follows that up, right? I always panic and always try to dodge too early, and then I get hit by his big slash attack that goes in both directions, and I don't even know, man. It's it's too much. It's too much. I just can't keep up. I mean, I don't normally struggle... I mean, I don't know. I struggle with some bosses. I've definitely struggled with bosses in other games way more than this. Like, I've spent how many hours on Demon of Hatred and Sekiro comes to mind. But this just... I just keep getting juggled by this boss, and I make no progress whatsoever. I mean, yeah, that one time, the first time today I made it into phase 2, I got, I got him down to where he started doing those crazy summoning attacks. But every single time after that, I just spaghettied so hard. Anyway, these aren't really doing anything for me if I'm not using magic at all. I mean, I could be using magic, I suppose. Also, I kind of hate that when you're just looking at your altar like this, that it doesn't tell you the effect. It shows you the icons, sure, but my brain is just not able to process that information. Just show me this screen here. Reduce fervor of prayers. Increase damage of prayers. Okay. There is... Let's try to go for the dodging one. I know there's a dodging bonus. Was it the Pilferer? Dodging cooldown. Does that maybe synergize with anything? What would dodging cooldown synergize with? I guess I can just try random things. Oh, wait. That works. What's that? It matches favor. Increases damage. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Wait. Oh, okay. I just unequipped the sword one. That's right. Okay, that doesn't help, though. That's the wrong weapon. I suppose I could be going back to using that weapon. I suppose that's neat that those two individually useful abilities combine into buffing that weapon's power, but... I don't know. I haven't been using the sword much, but... I felt like the flail was too slow for this boss, and the dual swords, while fast, just don't pick the necessary punch. The sword is a good middle ground. I can get one or two hits and maybe even a combo if I ever manage to dodge one of his attack patterns properly, and he gives me an opening. And that hits decently hard without being super slow. So that might not be terrible. Haven't I tried everything at this point? Oh, wait. Lightning damage and dodging. Storm steps. Dodge creates lightning bolts which damage enemy. Oh. Interesting. Maybe I should go back to lightning then. Actually, so you can combine different damage types with the dual weapon. Maybe. Oh wait. Dang it. But just because I want to know. Yeah, you can. So you can create lightning with the sword. You can combine lightning with the sword, but of course then you can't do the lightning steps. So limited usefulness, unfortunately. Galvanic bleed. Blood pact imbues later regular lava with lightning. Okay, so that's cool that you can create these different elemental synergies. It's cool, but I don't know if it helps much. I mean, I suppose I'm gonna be dodging a bunch, though. At least that's the idea. Come on, man. So... maybe I'll go for this. And I'll just keep this one up. These synergized, right? Oh, but that's... oh, that's the same bonus, Levege's Favor. I see. Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not benefiting from that at all. So maybe I'd be better off finding some other bonus that maybe buffs the sword. That would be nice. Surely that must exist. There must be some kind of bonus that just buffs the Ruego al Alba damage instead. Okay, so I've just been trying random combinations, trying to see if I could get any sort of bonus for the sword, and I just couldn't. But there are several combinations that actually increase, that cause this Levege's Favor resonance. I'm not sure why, but I'm beginning to think that maybe I should just stick with my good old Sarmiento Ethanteia, and eventually I'll win with those, especially if I can get multiple damage bonuses for those stacked. So right here we're using... okay, reduce the Verdadera Distressa loss. Sure, it would be nice if I could keep it up at all, but, you know, wishful thinking. Oh, right, I can't... well, I mean... buffing lightning damage, so it would be nice if I was actually dealing lightning damage here. Let's see though. Miasma damage? That does not synergize. Fire does not. Okay, can I get another just straight up damage synergy? I feel like that was yet another one. Another possible combination. I'm using all of these. Makes sense. Okay, no, doesn't look like it. Damage enemies after suffering an attack. I mean, that's gonna happen all the time, so maybe just try to use that. Just see how good that is. I mean, I don't know if this is really much of a build at all, but we'll see how good the lightning dodge is. Okay. I suppose if I do dash through the enemy, that should damage him. So there's that. Spells. I mean, I'm not gonna use spells, if we're being honest here. I guess I'll maybe try to use this, but it's probably gonna just get me killed. This one, at least I could try to use from a distance and while jumping. Or I could just throw this, basically fire and forget. Even if it's not getting a buff, it's not like it's unusable only because it's not specifically getting its damage buffed. Right? I need to remember that. I can use whatever spell seems the most convenient to actually use, and not focus exclusively on what damage bonus I'm getting. So this I could use from a distance. Maybe this one as well. In theory, this should work, but in practice, I don't know, it has been a little bit disappointing. Let's maybe try this. I don't know.
For I am the first penitent, and you shall be the last. Now let the crimson bindings finish what they once began. My penance is far from over.
Okay, that was still terrible, but for the first time I felt like I was actually getting the hang of dodging some of the attacks, so maybe there's hope.
For I am the first penitent, and you shall be the last. Now let the crimson bindings finish what they once began. My penance is far from over.
I don't know. I don't know exactly what to do about his... It seems to be a 3-hit combo, but he doesn't always do that? No, I don't know. I guess he doesn't always shoot multiple blades across the ground. Sometimes he does 2 in a row, but sometimes he does only 1, and then he does the thing where he charges at you and hits behind him. You can dodge that one. I can dodge that one, kind of. Yeah, I think he always does 2 of those, and then the 3rd big hit. And I have so much trouble dodging that one. I mean, I think if you just dodge through him normally with the right timing, it works. But I feel like there's gotta be a better way. Because that's just so unreliable, or I'm just that bad at it.
For I am the first penitent, and you shall be the last. Now let the Crimson Bindings finish what they once began. My penance is far from over.
Okay. I mean, still dead, but you can just jump over that final one. But he does not. I don't know. I still just don't get the exact pattern. I think it repeats the same way every time, but I think it's actually, I don't know. I just don't have time to look at the attacks closely enough and to observe what they're really doing as the fight continues, as the fight goes on. The first one is clear enough, but I think the middle attack might just be slightly different than the first. I thought at first it was two of the same attacks and then the one where he shoots a little shockwaves. But instead the middle one is different and always catches me. I don't know, I just lose track of exactly where he is and where I am, where he's gonna appear next, and dodge in the wrong direction, or I don't know. It's just complete and utter chaos and flailing. But I mean, at least I dodged a couple of attacks there. And I got him pretty far down this time.
For I am the first penitent, and you shall be the last. So be it. Thus now. For I am the first penitent, and you shall be the last. Now let the crimson bindings finish what they once began. My penance is far from over. For I am the first penitent, and you shall be the last. Now let the crimson bindings finish what they once began. My penance is far from over.
gotta be kidding! I absolutely threw after that summoning phase. And it also really annoys me that I keep taking damage from that, well, from the first couple of things. At least I was able to dodge the charging big warrior thing. But obviously it must be possible to just slide underneath those falling things. I know I'm extremely eloquent today. It's just... I just can't. Please, let it be over.
For I am the first penitent, and you shall be the last. Now let the Crimson Bindings finish what they once began. My penance is far from over. For I am the first penitent, and you shall be the last. For I am the first penitent, and you shall be the last. Now let the Crimson Bindings finish what they once began. My penance is far from over.
Hallelujah. Please tell me this is actually it, because I'm just done, man. That was draining. Eternal rest. I could go for that. Hey, there's the 5 final points. So I did find all of them, I guess. That's nice. You know what I didn't do, though, is solve the cursed ladder quest. That occurred to me at some point. And there's another remembrance. So we're also only missing one statue.
The child is born. The clouds open up before thee and shed crimson tears. Thus begins the work of the High Dramatist.
Okay. Hold on. Before we potentially end the game here, although, I mean, I guess just for fun. There. Done. Everything upgraded. Remembrance of Chrysanta, symbol of the rapt agony who made the ultimate sacrifice to prevent the catastrophe. Once Chrysanta saw the blood flowing from her gashing wound, she realized she could never stop the miracle from taking flesh. She had been fighting the arch-confraternity of penitents in a long, cruel conflict, but defeat was now inevitable. Eviterno led the congregation, a peerless foe whose impossible power, was fed by the endless sources of his divine eternity. The miracle had chosen him protector of its new work. Chosen him protector? Okay. After it bestowed upon him? Or afterwards? I don't know. Bestowed upon him the original penitence, that of perpetual contemplation, to wait endlessly until the miracle required so. And so was he called to arms in the vigil of the new celestial icon birth, the great divine work that would join the hearts of the devout and bring together their faith. And Eviterno, father of penitence, heeded the call and fought in that decisive battle where Chrysanta met defeat. Exhausted, Chrysanta fell to the cold slates of the temple, knowing she was living through what she knew would be her last moments, and resignated as that magnificent creation ripped through the bloodied skies above them all. That ancient sacred ground would be her tomb. Hey, there's the ancient sacred ground. Okay, I suppose that exact phrase might have clued me in as to look somewhere beneath the holy city after all. That ancient sacred ground would be her tomb, but also where her fiery legacy would persist, her sword. In that very moment she held her steel up, wrapped as it was in crimson, and plunged it fearlessly into her chest. In her very blood she bathed it, a final sacrifice that she bestowed to its future wielder. Okay, so this is describing the scenes from the intro cutscene, basically. Only then did Chrysanta allow her eyelids to fall, concealed by the metallic severity of her helmet, and only then did those eyes that had always remained vigilant within their own darkness shut forever, submerged in the night of her blind, unshakable faith. Cool. Okay, so do we choose here? Can we interact with this? We can. What if I were to quit out and make a backup of my save file, just in case this is like a Dark Souls 1 situation where you just choose between one or the other? I suppose it's not just Dark Souls, but it comes to mind at first. I don't know, man. We were supposed to stop the child from being born, right? And I guess we failed? If that actually ended up happening? Let's talk to her.
The child is born. The clouds open up before.
Wait, that's what you said before. Oh, can we leave? I might be making a choice here by just leaving. Or maybe not. Okay, you know what? I desperately need a break. If nothing else, well, now we have a statue to craft, and we have the final clue to decipher, or to basically just find where it points to. Honestly, at this point, I've been through the entire game world, like, at least twice, looking extremely carefully. So I feel like I've lost my enthusiasm for doing that another time. Hey, you can go. So I'm kind of ready to just look up the solution at this point, because, I mean, it seems to just describe a place in the game world that I could be remembering, but I just don't. And I really don't feel like just traveling back everywhere all over again until I see what it could be referring to. I don't know, it's kind of lame after having found everything else up to this point, but I'm kind of done here, honestly. That fight, that just... I mean, I might be feeling differently when after I take a break and come back, but that was just rough. That was... I don't know, man. It left a bit of a bitter taste. I mean, defeating him finally felt good, but the way there did not. And it was just such a completely, vastly different experience from every other boss fight so far. That felt tough, but doable. And this was just tough. And I somehow won in the end. I'm not entirely sure how. I mean, by just not tanking every single attack, but just most. I don't know. I was still getting hit by almost every attack, at least a little bit. It just, I mean, you saw it. It was not pretty. Anyway. Anyway. The game lets me keep playing, and I kind of, at the very least, I want to finish the letter quest and see what that gives us. If that maybe gives us the final bead, or the final statue. And then... Well, actually, I mean, maybe there is only one ending. Or maybe I've already made my choice by whatever actions I made along the way. Maybe the only thing that remains is to just interact with the child, I suppose, and see what happens next. Maybe we'll get a choice what to do there, and if so, I might... well, I am going to back up my save file, just in case, just so I can maybe experience both endings, or multiple endings, or we'll see. Maybe. Depends on how I feel about it. Anyway, as I said, I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll wrap this up in a moment. Okay, break is over, and look at this, 99% completion, 32 hours. That's not accurate. There's a lot of idle time in there. But, well, I mean, it's, what, 5 episodes of about 5 hours each? This one, I think, is about to go over that magical number, if it hasn't already. Well, first things first, travel to the city, yes. We have a statue to craft. And I actually went ahead and looked up the solution to the letter. The letter being here, page 4. Passed beneath its skull, a fleshless relic that still scrutinizes all with its last living eye, like a grim cyclops. Well, I think I would have never found this, because I would have looked through all the other areas if I had, even in the slightest, felt like doing so again. But as I said just a moment ago, or earlier, I just don't feel like doing that again.
I am at your service, Penitent.
And I would have looked through all the other areas again, and I would not have found it, as it turns out. Because it's in a place that I simply would not have considered. But first things first. Yep, and we get Crisanta. Oh, that's okay, yeah, of course, that's the first.
I have carved a new figure for your altarpiece. Pray.
So I was correct.
May the miracle...
Guessing from or judging from the outline of the figure that was missing. Yeah, there she is. Crisanta turns the Penitent One's dodging skill into an almost instant movement. Okay, it's already pretty fast, but I guess not almost instant.
I am at...
let's see here. Reduce dodging cooldown, and would these perhaps combine? They do not.
May the mirror...
Huh? Oh. Okay. Almost instant? How is this? This is not really a lot faster. It doesn't feel faster. than the normal one. It's a lot fleshier. Okay. Well, anyway, we have that one now, so we're really only missing one more. A person in a chair. Could that in itself be a hint? I mean, maybe. It could be. And one more bead. Well, we'll see what we get for completing the letter quest. Now, the reason why I would not have even considered the place where it apparently is because it's here in town. It's that skull. There. With one living eye? I mean, I guess it looks like it has one pupil looking out of one eye. But I would not even have considered that. Huh? What's happening? Wait. You're also supposed to walk in front of it 3 times in a row? I didn't do that. I walked past once and then I couldn't move. So, I don't know, man. This is just... Okay, let's see. Is this one gonna be doable? My redemption, my forgiveness, all is useless. This pilgrimage without end no longer matters. The sacrifices, the prayers, the supplications are of no account. Now I understand. The miracle will not listen to one such as I, for I am nothing. If I cannot obtain forgiveness, then only death awaits me, the one that lies at the bottom of this towering cliff. The curse will soon be over, for nothing of my being will remain. The cool sea breeze will comfort me and give me the strength to finally end it. Farewell. I have an idea about this one. Let's see if it's correct. There is this one place. It's right here. I think there was an item on a ledge overlooking, well, the sea, I suppose. And there was just nothing else there. I did try jumping off that cliff. Not sure if I did that on camera or off, but there was nothing there, just death. And I guess I just stand here? Maybe I do jump off. Because it doesn't mention the bottom of the cliff. Okay, I mean, nothing's happening. Ah, really? The curse of the unforgiven has been lifted. But it sounded like I landed something. Landed somewhere. Okay. Now I can't move it. You've acquired Sigiria. The spell? Wait, please don't tell me there are actually 7 more spells to find. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. Sigiria to the memory of your eyes. Halts the passage of time for a few seconds. Really? Okay. Like, how many seconds are we talking here? It does take most of my mana. Or for, well, whatever. So there's that. Okay. Can I test that somewhere easily? Okay, right. I forgot that. Wait, that's not what I want at all. I don't want to use my... Stop it. I want to use my mana. Oh. This is... Oh, this does deal damage. Wait. Does it? Okay, just... Right, we still have that on as well. No, I guess it's specifically the explosion that I leave behind. Yeah, okay. So dodge close to an enemy and you will damage them like that. But that does not restore fervor. As you might expect, I suppose. Ow. I should just rest somewhere. What am I doing? Wasting more time. So unfortunately, I mean, I'm sure it's really useful. I'm sure that this can be used to cheese bosses. But then, how early could you get this thing in the game? Many of the last 3 locations that you had to visit were all like at the very beginning of the game, in and around town. The bell enemy down here, also pretty much the beginning of the game. Before that was the chasm here, the abyss, the pit, whatever. The first one was... What even was the first one? Well... Oh, the mirror. Okay, so you do have access... You do need to have access to the 2 moons. So, yeah, you can't really get that before... near the end of the game. Okay. But still... I could absolutely see that, I don't know, some sort of build where you just maximize fervor gain, for example, using this weapon here probably, and then you just time stop over and over. I just want to see how long it really stops time. I guess I could have seen that before, but... 2, 3, 4... Okay, so about 4-ish seconds? That's not a lot of time to refill, like... 70% of your fervor. But I mean, you could constantly attack at the time, during that time, of course, because, you know, the enemy would be frozen. Assuming it does work on bosses, but it would be kind of pointless if it didn't. Anyway, that's interesting for sure. It is neither a pearl or a bead, nor a nor the final statue. So I still have not fully completed the game, unfortunately. And I don't know if I have the energy to... Well, I mean, I suppose at this point, since I looked up one thing, I could just look up the rest. Assuming I can find a list that makes it relatively easy to even figure out which one I'm missing. I guess I could try that. It wouldn't be a legitimate 100% playthrough, but I suppose I'd be okay with that. At this point, I'm so close, but I have absolutely no idea where to look at this point. I guess one final thing I can do is check this shop again. Because it seems like, specifically, this NPC sells things that you could have gotten otherwise, right? Once you've missed them, this is a way to still get them. Wait, didn't I remove this marker here? I'm pretty sure I did. Maybe I didn't save the game again after that. I don't know. We never did anything with this statue. Maybe there is nothing to do with it. Because if there is, I just don't know what it could possibly be. Yeah, anyway, that's really... Checking the shop again is the only thing that I can think of right now. So I will do that. And after that... I mean, yeah, maybe I suppose I never did check the shop after I defeated the final boss, of course, because I just did that. So maybe that triggered, that unlocked him offering whatever else is still left that I didn't get the normal way. So I feel like there's a chance. Wow, that's good damage from that explosion. Right, so yeah, that's what I'm gonna try. The last thing I can think of. Well, actually that's not true. Now that I say that, there is still this one locked door as well. But I don't really have an idea how to open that. I mean, maybe he sells me the key. He sold me a key before. There's nothing more. For now, he says.
Oh,
so much death.
Maggots.
So many maggots. No, stop it. Okay. So I lied. One more thing. I guess I'm gonna return to the door just to see if it's now open. It doesn't say specifically that it's locked. So maybe I just needed to defeat the boss? Or something? It's not impossible that might have done it. No, I mean... Oh! It does open! Never mind. I was absolutely not expecting that. Okay, now what? Use a fire spell? Kindle that? Kneel down. Another puzzle. No hints whatsoever. That's not the right kind of fire, I feel. Okay, what could this be all about? I mean, there was a message on the door before it would open. Something about 4 envoys wrapping my body in linen or something. There are petals on the floor. There's some sort of inscription on the wall, but you can't read it. I mean, surely the inscription that used to be on the door couldn't have anything to do with the solution, because there's no way to read it anymore. They can't. They wouldn't just expect you to still remember the exact words. It seems like we need to light the fire here. But how would I do that if not by casting a fire spell? Equip something fire-related, perhaps? I don't know, man. This is... Can you not just give me some sort of hint? Couldn't it just have been the final statue or something just sitting here as a reward for beating the game? Instead, it's more riddles. My brain is just completely empty. I can't. It's not what I needed right now. I mean, don't get me wrong, I appreciate mystery and obscure secrets. I do, really, but I just can't muster the energy anymore at this point. That final boss was just too much. I just want to finish this playthrough now. I did enjoy it up until the final boss. I really enjoyed this. I want to say that I enjoyed this game more than the first game, even though arguably it added maybe too much quality of life, which is a weird thing to say, and at the same time, I feel like I enjoyed it more than the first game because it was so much more accessible, and it removed the constant permadeath and in many ways it's a much more benevolent game than the first one was. But there was something to be said about the more, I don't know, the first game while being a Metroidvania for sure, it also definitely recalled the old school, like an older generation of platforming games with that were just very unforgiving. The movements your movements needed to be much more deliberate. There was no double jump. I don't know if there was a dash like this, or the movement just wasn't as fluent and effortless, and it was so much more punishing in many ways. But that is not to say that this game was easy. I mean, obviously, I struggled with certain parts, especially the final boss. I mean, that one was just, I think no more words need to be said about that. The fewer the better. So yeah, I don't know how did I start this this rant? I don't even know. I enjoyed this game. The final boss, is what it is. Other people didn't struggle as much with it, I'm sure, but I did, and so that unfortunately bittered the entire experience a little bit. I'm trying not to let it do that, but it's what it is. Anyway, that being said, I'm kind of done. I think at this point I'm just going to look up what I'm missing, just so I can put this to rest and end this playthrough. So yeah, let me just do that real quick. Okay, that looks new. Yes, concentrated sphere of guilt. Okay. I don't know exactly where I left off, honestly, but so I ended up looking up the things, and in doing so, unfortunately I learned something that's a bit of a spoiler, but More on that in a second. Okay, so this is the final bead that I was missing. The better version, I guess, of the imperfect sphere of guilt that we had gotten from the first flower that blossomed here. So yeah, I was right, and I just the solution was just to purge more guilt. Have this guy purge more guilt. Let's see if...
A new flower on my mantle.
Yes.
I feel the guilt flow into me on the wings of frigid tremors, and my spirit seems numb, submissive. I will continue to... Penitent One, I will...
Okay, but...
Penitent One, I will...
He's supposed to give me another thing, actually, because, as it turns out, both the final bead and the final statue are from this guy. And I had that hunch, right? I had been speculating, because it seemed to be a figure sitting on a sort of chair. My first idea was that it could be the Confessor. And apparently that is true, but you just have to purge a certain amount of guilt total. That is the best information that I could find. I wasn't even sure about whether it was total tears spent, or total number of visits, or a combination. I just killed myself once fully, purged 100% guilt for 15,000, and then I died once for another 20%, for 5,000, and that was enough to trigger the second flower blossoming. But apparently I still need to do more. I still need to die more for him to give me his remembrance. So I will continue doing that. And then we'll get to what to do with the weird brazier up here. Because, yeah. Well, we'll get to that in a second. Okay, finally, something has changed. As you can see, I've almost run out of money doing this. Another source I found said that it was purely the number of times that you came and purged your guilt. And apparently it's 10 times total for this final reward. Which is, frankly, just an absurd number. I mean, obviously, I came nowhere close to needing to do it this many times over the course of a normal playthrough. Just because I never died enough times and then died repeatedly without collecting my guild first. So, I don't really think that anyone playing this game normally would find this naturally, and 99% of people who got these items had to do the same thing I did, which was just waste a ton of time throwing themselves into some sort of pit to die on purpose, which is just a bit absurd. But oh well.
The empty shell of your confessor, Penitent One.
Yeah, well, I mean, this didn't need to be so hard.
He paid the price for my liberation with his fragile flesh and withered skin. He still remains, but his voice is now mine.
Okay.
One last reward I offer thee, in exchange for the continued satiation of your guilt.
Remembrance of the Confessor. Okay. Thanks, whoever you might be.
Come back when the burden weighs heaviest upon you, and then you might satiate my hunger.
Okay, dude. I am never gonna return. Let's take a look. Remembrance of a Confessor, symbol of a tortured soul, pruning the guilt of those of the afflicted from behind its crimson veils. For years the echoes of my agonizing breath were the only sounds to reach my ears in this forsaken church of the afflicted, but suddenly a thunder rocked the world outside these walls, a powerful beating that shook the ground, the columns, and my tired old bones. And then I knew the heartbeat was nothing but a call to a new mass. Its sound announced to each of us the return of our faith, the return of the miracle. At such a moment did hope return to our forlorn hearts. Okay. Hey, lady.
I
got one final job for you. Yes. The Confessor, unsurprisingly.
I have carved a new figure.
Okay.
May the miracle.
And this one is... increases the damage caused when the accumulation of guilt is high. Okay, so the opposite of one that we already had. That could be an interesting build, I suppose, where you accumulate your guilt on purpose. What is this one again? Ah, yes, okay, I remember. Where you just go maximum guilt for that damage bonus. Oh, hey, there's a second baby there. Is that meaningful? The Confessor baby? Anyway, that's all of those. That's all of the beads, all of the statues. Honestly, well, I did not look at a spell list, but I'm going to say that we probably have all the spells. So one thing remains, one final mystery, and yeah, unfortunately, again, as I said, it was a bit of a spoiler. There was no way. I mean, of course, I couldn't have known beforehand when looking this up. I thought this was just another puzzle, but the thing is that apparently this puzzle, such as it is, has to do with, I guess, getting the better ending, or definitely the more involved one. Honestly, I have not seen how the endings differ. It seems like there are two different ones. One that I could get right now, and one where you have to do something here, and then you get the option to do something else at the end. And what you need to do here is apparently... well, first of all, I'm going to... Hold on, wait. I need to do this. Add an altar. Didn't plan ahead. Oh, wait. Okay, well. First things first. Altar piece of favors. I am going to save this preset. I'm dumb. Did I just... create new? I should have... delete that. Yes. Okay. Let me just do what I need to do here. So the idea is that you place these golden clad figures, right? These ribboned figures. These were all acquired through completing quests or collecting items, and there are 4 of them. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. And you place them in these 4 specific slots on your altarpiece. These 4 here. In specific locations, too. I guess you can kind of tell by which way they're looking. So, oh yeah, it turned golden. So they just turn golden when they're in the correct position, is that right? Wait, am I dumb? I am dumb. Oh, that's the one. Yeah, okay. So that gives you a hint that that does something special, perhaps. They still have the same effect, I guess. At least that's what it looks like. But that's what you gotta do. Okay, so that at least... I was going to just look up where to put them, but... because I thought they only turned golden after you did what you need to do, but... no, they just turn golden to indicate that you're doing it right, I suppose. But then you go here, and now you can interact with this. If there's any hint in the game to do this, then I sure don't know. And that gives you that quest item. No! It removes them! Crap. But I was going to use them for my build. Because the thing is, there is another boss left to defeat. I guess I'm just gonna have to do it hard mode now without these pretty powerful statues. That kind of sucks. Oh well. The charmed remains of the figures of the 4 envoys. Oh, those are the 4 envoys clad in the finest linen or silk or something. Okay. That is not a connection I would have made. So that was the hint for it. It was the message on the door that you can no longer read once it's open. So you better remember what it said. The ashes shall mark as worthy the skin of the one who performs the ultimate sacrifice, thus returning to the heavens. Great. Okay, well, I was kind of happy with the statue setup that I had before. I guess I'm just gonna have to make the best of what of the statues that I still have. Yeah, well, then we're going to meet back up at the top of the tower and interact with that child. Okay, so the setup I have right now is increased, dual weapon damage, lightning damage, and the combination bonus. I have the crit and weapon damage, and reduced Verdadera Distressa loss for additional dual weapon damage increase. I have this Crisanta for the improved damaging dash, which seems like it could just deal some extra damage over the course of a fight. Plus reduced dodging cooldown, so I can just use it more freely, I guess. Unfortunately, I did not find any kind of synergy with either of these. And then I put on some extra damage, I guess, because my guild level is low right now. And the Thirst, because it gives a 20% damage buff once I'm out of flasks. I figured that might just give me the damage I need maybe at the very end, if I'm, once I'm out of healing, to just finish the boss off before I get finished off. That's the hope, at least. I have no idea how bad that real final boss is. I'm really also... I was absolutely convinced that I had defeated the final boss. But apparently I was wrong. I don't know. Well, we'll see how this goes. Your expiation awaits. Are you sure you want to ascend? Yes. Do you want to give Incense of Envoys? Okay, so this is a choice. Since we have it, and we choose agree, I guess we get at least the ending that takes a lot more effort than the other. We can choose to deny and get the standard ending, I suppose, that you get just for making it here. But since we do have the incense, even though I would never have figured out how to acquire it normally, I guess I might as well. The boss fight itself is supposed to be the same, according to the one source that I saw, where I found this information, so...
Higher will, incorporeal and inscrutable fathers, I am the heir of your all-encompassing light. Devotion itself, embodied in weathered flesh and gilded filigree. Your magnum opus. Though I am crowned with your glory, why do you censure my presence alongside you? What is this obscure darkness of unanswered cries that prevents me from understanding the purpose of my birth? Are the same crimson clouds that heralded my welcome the grave omen of your judgment? If this confrontation is proof of thy dignity of your glory, then so be it.
Dude, are you kidding me? That is insane. Why? Surely... Come on, man. And once again, no quick restart. This is the worst, honestly. That really, to me, that is the worst. That was the worst part about the previous, not quite final boss. Having to sit through the same 10-15 seconds of cutscene every single time. In between the phase transitions. And now this. Every single time. Nothing kills my motivation for retrying a fight over and over as much as just being forced to wait and sit through cutscenes. It's such a small thing, and maybe it's just me. Maybe other people aren't as bothered by it, but man. Also, the damage that thing deals is just insane.
Higher will.
No way that's actually it. The damage might be insane. Really? Summa Blasphemia? Excuse me? Come on, true final phase. I'm ready for it. I'm not, but... Yeah, honestly, with this boss we were back to kind of simple patterns.
Thou respond to my pleas with pain?
Yes.
Pain in the flesh. Yet your very flesh I am. Pain in the heart. Yet your heart itself I hold. My punishment will be your sole legacy. And I shall die. I shall die reconciled with the mystery of my birth.
Okay.
The devotion of the many was made incarnate, and suffered pain. The affliction cometh to an end, for the icon falls, and with it, the miracle's designs, and its will so capricious. And so you shall ascend, both in body and soul, through dreamed kingdoms, to the holiest of places, to the cradle of all blessings, safe under our watchful eyes. And once there, you will be captured within the ancient canvas of light, and time. The penitence is thus complete.
Okay, I guess that was the good ending? Okay, anyway, just to finish my train of thought from earlier. So yeah, the actual final boss, while it seemed a little bit insane at first, honestly turned out to be, yeah, just way more in the vein of the bosses leading up to the final boss. Or leading up to, what's his face? Well, the first Penitent, whatever. In that, you know, it was much more like pattern-based. It had these very clearly indicated magical attacks that, you know, you just dodged around, and then you had your windows to deal damage, and I don't know, it just felt so much clearer to me, so much more structured, as opposed to the utter chaos of that guy just dashing back and forth, teleporting left and right, and just attacking constantly, incessantly, not giving me time to heal or to get my own attacks in, let alone to even consider using magic effectively without immediately being punished, and then being punished for healing, and, you know, just such a difference. Oh, we can speed this up? Yeah, I appreciate that, at least. Even though I'm sure these credits aren't super long compared to some other games. But yeah, I definitely do appreciate a credit speed up. I saw a thank you in there. Well, thank you for making, if that was a thank you for playing. That just swooshed by. As I said, I enjoyed the vast majority of this playthrough. The boss before the final boss, as it turns out, just left me a bit drained and, you know, again, a little bit bitter perhaps, but it's already fading. It's fine. I mean, I don't want to fight him ever again, so I'm definitely not playing through this game again. But I might consider, let's see here, depending on what happens next. If I get a chance to... Oh. What? That was the cloth that had wrapped the sword. I think. 100%. Yes. And it puts me right here. Okay. It puts me right here with my... Wait, what do I have? Oh. Okay. With my guild fragment up there. I am absolutely willing to defeat the boss a second time. This time without offering the ashes. Just to see the difference, I guess. Because of that, the actual final boss, as it turns out, really isn't that bad. I kind of enjoyed that one, to be honest, once I saw how the patterns worked. So, yes. No. I'll give it one more try on camera. If I don't defeat it now, I'm just gonna keep trying until I do. And then we'll see. Probably a different final cutscene, if I had to guess.
Are the same crimson clouds that heralded my wealth. If this confrontation is proof of thy...
Well, what do you know? Almost hitless. I think I got hit once in the very first pattern, or the second one or so. I don't know, one of the first patterns. Yep, actually a pretty simple fight. So yeah, definitely happy about that. Oh, that's different, yep.
Now I understand. And for this, I offer thee my humble thanks. This pain is my baptismal sacrament that will unite us in communion to make it flesh. Thus, we will be reborn as a new symbol incarnate, overflowing with devotion. The beginning of a new era for the miracle. The second son.
Okay. So a very different ending. 64 times. Okay, that's the max. I think that's plenty. And that's that. Okay. Well, yeah, I think I'll stick to the better ending, where we ascend to, I don't know, into the heaven, and the miracle does not actually return. Whereas I guess the bad ending, the normal ending, some sort of miracle is still actually created. I mean, not that I claim to understand what exactly the miracle even is in this setting. I don't know if I ever watched like in-depth lore videos, explanations for the first game, but I feel like I should for this one, because I kind of want to understand. I want to think. I'd like to think that it actually does make sense. And they put a lot of thought into this, even though it seems like just a bunch of craziness and just, throw everything vaguely religious, like all the mostly, I suppose, Catholic imagery and, weird, obscure, and grotesque Christian, I don't know, religious motives from, the past couple of millennia, just into it, and I don't know. It seems like just kind of random, and nothing makes sense at first. But I'm sure there is some sense to be made, just not by me. But yeah, I'll happily watch someone someone explain it to me, basically, who took the time to actually look through all the lore descriptions that I mostly skipped. But yeah, as for my own playthrough, I'm happy enough to end it here. I was really worried when I learned that there was yet another final boss to beat, and I was ready for another painful, I don't know, marathon like with the boss before it. But thankfully, that was not the case at all, and it ultimately, thanks to that final boss being much more reasonable and much more, I don't know, something I guess that I could deal with comfortably. That definitely managed to allow me to end the game on a much happier note. So, yeah, that's great. I'm sorry that this ended up being extra long and probably a little bit painful to watch as well. But it is what it is. Here's my honest first playthrough. I did not end up finding everything by myself, which, it's a bit of a shame, but I got close. So there's that at least. And I mostly enjoyed my experience. And, well, so I hope so did you. Enjoy your experience with this playthrough. If you're still here after all these 5 episodes. Thank you so much for watching. Well, as I said, I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please hit the like button, leave a comment, and I shall see you real soon. Bye-bye.